dance, as well as human emotions, and the connection artwork is now proudly displayed by different art galleries for charity purposes. She continues to give back to her community by being a private swim instructor to Children's YMCA, as well as encouraging children to learn something such as new language, Kannada, which she is fluent in. Now there be it resolved by the Municipal Council of Township of Edison to recognize the achievements of Kushi Hamar for countless volunteer hours and dedication to the fine arts.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open up to the public for any comments. And would like to speak in regards to the recognition. Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close the public portion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. The public portion is now closed. At this time, I'd like to open up to council comments. Councilwoman Freeman?
Okay. I think this is outstanding. It's an outstanding honor, and I want you to know that I was a Brownie and I was a Girl Scout also. So I know certain honors are very, very important. So kudos to you, and thanks a lot for your parents for taking to the places that you needed to go to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Patil?
Thank you. Again, this is an amazing work, job, the activities, young talent right here in Edison. And as the resolution says, it's a 5%. It's a cream, it's a top. And we cannot miss to recognize such a wonderful person here. Fine art, the mental health, it's very important nowadays. And using a fine arts towards that goal is also a unique thing to do. Congratulations, Kushi, and the parents, of course, for motivating and encouraging. And hopefully the siblings will take it forward. And Kushi, congratulations. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Council Vice President Harris.
Well, like Councilwoman Ship Freeman, I also was a Brownie and a Girl Scout way back when. And I want to tell you how proud we are, not just as a body, as a council, but how proud the township is for what you've done, what you are volunteering, the fact that you are using your energies in such a positive way and not spending your time on computers or anything like that, but you are creating and you are performing. And so someone who's very much into the arts and into that I'm a liaison to the Cultural Arts Committee, we salute you. We thank the parents who are so supportive and wish you well. We expect to see great things from you in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other comments? Councilman Patel?
Just want to mention the sentiments. I agree with my council colleagues, and just thank you for being involved in the community. Thank you for the time you have sacrificed and the weekends you could have been out with your friends, and the parents and your support and the sacrifice the family gives to you and to make sure you have this time in your life. So thank you. You can sign up for more work too over here. We have a list of extra projects.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Councilman Brusher?
Yes, Kushi, I'd like to thank the service, I'm going to say, that you put forth here. It's always a pleasure, you know, when we get to recognize people from our community that have kind of done something that's a little outstanding here. And when you talk about being in the 5%, that's very impressive. And one thing I always like to do is I like to thank the parents, because I do know that the parents put a lot of time to help you achieve the goals that you'd like to achieve. And it's a big part of their life. So this is a nice event for you, but I'd say it's probably bigger for the parents. But thank you very much for, you know, doing so much for our community, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Patel?
Kushi, I just want to say thank you for capturing the Indian heritage with an American perspective. That is something I can relate to very strongly as an Indian. And I don't have the art to capture that, but thank you for capturing that. And I hope you continue with your art. That is something that, as life got busy, I dropped to focus on other things. But I wish I had the talent, and I continued the practice. And I hope my kids will continue, and I hope to, you know, let my kids pursue similar to your parents in the artistic lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. And for myself, again, I'll reciprocate what everyone else has said. As someone whose daughter just had their first Girl Scout meeting last week, I can only imagine from a parent's perspective how proud you feel right now with the recognition. I also am very appreciative in regards to the focus on the mental health aspect with your Breathe program, helping young individuals being able to refocus amongst themselves, recenter themselves. I think that is a valuable life lesson that is often overlooked and will be absolutely beneficial to members of the Girl Scouts going forward that practice it. In the mayor's proclamation also mentions your interest in aeronautics, so I wish you the best of luck going forward in that venture as well. At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion on the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Big yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. At this time, we'll invite you up. We have the mayor's proclamation as well that myself and the council vice president will read and allow you an opportunity to speak.
Sure.
Okay, you ready? You ready for this? Okay, all right. From the Office of the Mayor, whereas Kushi Habar is a very talented, giving, and community-oriented rising junior at J.P. Stevens High School in Edison, New Jersey, and whereas Kushi was born into an artistic family and her parents nurtured her innate and gifted talents towards all of the fine arts, and whereas on Saturday, August 26, 2023, Kushi performed at, okay, you're going to have to help me with this. Okay, Lalita Kalanubamba. Okay. Whew. All right. Which literally means experience fine arts, and whereas Kushi showcased all of her talents in music, singing, dancing, and painting art forms, sharing her multifaceted talents with family and friends, and whereas Kushi is also known for her compassion and giving back to the community with her Girl Scout project Beyond the Barriers, which earned her the coveted Gold Award, only achieved by 5% of Girl Scouts, and whereas Kushi, being a well-rounded student, proudly serves as Chief Master Sergeant in the Civil Air Patrol Auxiliary Unit of the United States Air Force, where she has been on military orientation flights and has impressively co-piloted a Cessna 172. Whoa. And whereas this led to Kushi's interest and passion in astronomy and aerospace, enabling her to compete in the National Stellar Explorers competition, and whereas Kushi continues to give to the community by teaching swimming lessons and teaching the language of Kannada. Now, therefore, I, Sam Joshi, Mayor of Edison, New Jersey, do hereby recognize Kushi Habar and encourage all residents to honor her for her outstanding accomplishments, commitment, and dedication to improving our great community of Edison and the quality of life of our residents. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the Great Seal of Edison to be affixed this 11th day of October in the year 2023. Sam Joshi, Mayor. You are. Did you want to say anything? No? Okay, that's quite all right. Did you want to say anything?
Thank you so much for all your recognition. We take this moment of pride And we will cherish this, and our daughter Kushi will continue with her community service, with her fine arts, and all best of our abilities. Thank you so much for each and every leaders of our community here. And it gives us immense, it energizes us to more and more. This has been incredibly great encouragement that we got. She has put across a lot of hard work behind this. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Mayor Joshi. Thank you.
Did you want to say anything? No. You're good? Okay, okay.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Pictures at all, or do you want to?
Thank you.
Yes, we want to.
Thank you, Council President, for this recognition. I forgot to tell you one thing. I've been fortunate that I'm part of the Civil Air Patrol, and Kushi, I was in the same squadron and same team, and Kushi has grown significantly over a period of time. Again, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move on to reports from all council committees. I'll start from my right, Councilman Brusher.
Council committees, we have the public advocate that we have an item that we're going to put up today, and we'll see how that goes. And I guess that would be a Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Coyle.
Council President, we are going to be requesting the administration to have a public safety meeting sometime in November, and also a DPW meeting in November as well, just to catch up on storms and pre-planning. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vice President.
Yes, starting with the Cultural Arts Committee, we met on October 3rd at 6 p.m. and we basically we were talking about the success of the opening of the gallery downstairs. I hope you all, if you haven't seen it, or if you, it's right in the lobby downstairs. Stop in there when you get a chance. Right now, the exhibit is about Thomas Edison. It's our initial exhibit, and we had a really great opening on the, I believe it was the 2nd, and we were discussing the gallery opening. We also discussed that we are in the midst of adopting a new application for exhibitions at the gallery, and we actually spent some time, I believe it was last Thursday, going over what we want in the application. So that's in process right now. So it's the subcommittee for exhibitors and guidelines for the same. We'll have certainly holiday decorations as for accents in December, but I think that we agreed that the exhibitions will last anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks. The initial what we were initially told was maybe 2 weeks. It's just not enough time for an exhibitor to put everything up and then take everything down and then turn it over. So we want to give people time to be able to put the exhibit together, to be able to have people enjoy it, and so we wanted it to be a reasonable time frame. That was it, and as I said, we had the informal meeting last Thursday and went over the application. At the same time, the mayor is going to be appointing officially Tony Massaro to be the head of the Cultural Arts Committee. And at that point, within hopefully a reasonable period of time, hopefully by the end of the year, we can turn it from a committee into a commission. When it turns into a commission, then we can start fundraising and we can go towards our ultimate goal of being able to create a cultural and performing arts center. So we're really, really excited about that. The other committee was Library Board. I got there very late last night because I had gone to the JCC rally and support vigil for Israel. So I got there very late. I basically had gotten kind of a Cliff Notes version from Amanda Coyle. There's going to be a book and bake sale on October 21st and 22nd at the main library. Books can be donated there at the main library until October 17th. I think they said it's one crate or one box per donation. The the director, Alan, is at the American Bookmobile something Society in Hershey, Pennsylvania right now. There's programming that's going to be starting at the Library for Hispanic Heritage. The director of the American Library, the national director of the American Library Association has resigned. The resolutions that were approved were resolution to improve the employee and volunteer dress code policy, resolution to approve public posting and flyer distribution policy, resolution to approve the tutoring policy, and resolution to approve the donation box policy. The next regular meeting is going to be on November 21st, location to be announced because they weren't sure in terms of if council chambers was going to be utilized at that point, so it could be here or it could be at the main library. That's to be announced. And the next, I forgot, the next Cultural Arts Committee meeting, yikes, I don't remember where that is. Oh, there we are, November 14th. That would be also here at council chambers. Those are my reports. Council President, thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President Harris. Councilman Patel?
Open Space Advisory Committee had their meeting on October 5th, 7 p.m., right in the second floor lobby here. We discussed Woodland Ave properties, Affronte Shea, and the Shea development and the Woodland Ave. And there was a subdivision that was passed recently on the planning board and how it would impact the future plans. Also, we got an update on the bike paths. We have the bike paths on Grove Ave, Boulevards of Eagle, Ethel, Brunswick Ave, and continuation of getting more bike signs. In terms of the power trail, we have a rough plan as a small trail under the power trail that will connect Papiani Park to the school, and that will provide an easy route for kids to ride to, a safe route for kids to ride to school. We will be presenting that to PSNG for approval, and hopefully we can get that underway. In terms of, there's also recent, Open Space Committee also sent out a letter to Rutgers Planning asking for scooterway pathways from Livingston campus to Edison train station, which will allow the kids in Livingston campus to ride their scooters or bikes to Edison train station to go to New York City or anywhere else within Jersey. And that will be it for Open Space.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Patel?
None at this time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Shipp Freeman?
We just had our last meeting for the jazz weekend of October 28th through the 1st, and we decided like next year we'll probably do it on the weekends, on 2 weekends rather than starting it early during the week. But overall, it turned out quite well, even though the weather was bad. But and another group outside of Edison will be added on. Carteret will be added next year. So that's the extent of our jazz meeting that we had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And for myself, I do not have any committee updates at this moment. This time, I'd like to open up to points of light.
Yes, Council
Yes,
President?
Council Vice President Harris.
Yes, I mentioned the Cultural Arts Gallery opening on October 2nd, and again, I just encourage you to take a look in there. There's some really wonderful exhibits. The Edison Police Department car show, which was raising money for the animal shelter that was held this past Sunday, raised about, I'm told, about $2,500 for the animal shelter. So I want to thank the Edison Police Department for their great work in coordinating this. They had a wonderful, beautiful day for it. So thank you on behalf of the animal shelter. Would also like to extend thanks to Ray Porio and the Department of Public Works for what you see here in council, which is really a very nicely redesigned council chambers, very bright and pleasant. So thank you for another great job. Lastly, and on a more somber note, yesterday was the JCC, it was the rally and vigil for Israel. It was last night, and it was very well attended. This is a terrible atrocity that has been brought upon the Israelis, and it's terrorism, it's barbarism, and I'm glad to see that there's so much of a united front about this in our community. And I wanted to offer, and I have the flyers there, wanted to offer some relief charities that a friend of mine whose son lives in Israel and is fighting for the Israeli army. The relief charities are, and I have them down by the table over there, the Jewish Federation in the heart of New Jersey, the American Joint Distribution Committee, and American Friends of Magen David Adom. So please, if you are interested in donating, pick up one of those flyers I put over there and help out the effort. There are so many people who have lost their homes and are in dire straits there. So thank you in advance for your support. And those are my points of light.
Council?
Yes, Councilwoman Freeman.
I'd like everybody to remember this is Domestic Violence Month. We've lost a lot of people to domestic violence. Also, breast cancer awareness. So even I see nurses in the audience. Please go and have your mammograms. Please do that. And I just wanted to make sure that we're aware of those two things during the course of this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other points of light?
Council President,
Yes,
I
Councilman
just
Cora.
want to echo the sentiments from Councilwoman Harris. I'm terribly sorry to hear of what happened in Israel and these unspeakable acts against innocent civilians. It's just my prayers are with the families, and just very sorry.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Any other points of light? For myself, just a couple items of note. First, the Trail of Terror is unfortunately canceled on this Sunday, and the Harvest Fest event on the 14th is being moved to Mini Beeville. So again, the Harvest Fest is being moved to Mini Beeville. On November 4th is the Diwali Festival at Lake Papiani. And from September 15th through October 15th is Hispanic Heritage Month. And one of the interesting things that I found from the master plan draft is that the Hispanic population in Edison is actually one of the fastest growing rates in the township. The population has actually doubled from the census of 2010 to 2020. So with that, I just wanted to give recognition to Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you. Any other points of light?
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Patil.
Again, the way I requested last council meeting, looking at the audience, and we have some very important items on this agenda, and the council will go through debate. We don't want them to wait till 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock for their turn to come. So if there is a possibility of either council asking the question during the regular session or the work session, pulling the individual resolution for the separate discussion, or we can move the public portion ahead of a time so they can use their time ahead of, like they can speak and they can leave.
If it's okay, I think at the last meeting, from a procedural standpoint, that motion was made after the work session meeting had occurred. Can we see how that portion goes? And then if we feel that it's starting to be prolonged, make the motion at that point?
Okay, if you're open, if it gets prolonged, if you're open to interject and put the public portion, I'll be fine with that. Having said that, I have two requests here. Again, following the parliamentary processes here, we have one resolution that will be moved, if I understand, from the floor, which is not on agenda, and there will be one ordinance that will be moved from the floor on agenda. So should we wait for the regular session, work meeting, or you want that to be added now?
If I can defer to legal in regards to that procedure.
Sure. Council, at a work session, can add an item by a majority of the members present, and can add an item at the regular meeting with 4 votes. So I guess in this case, it would be the same. So basically, 4 votes can add any item in the work session to the agenda.
At what time do we do it?
What time do you do it? It's not on the agenda, so it really would be whenever the council president would recognize that motion. It's at the, really at the,
If
it's at the
that's,
discretion of the council president to, when that motion would be acceptable.
if in consideration, then I would ask to allow for that opportunity to occur during the discussion items portion, because then there's no, like, go through, make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak, make sure everyone has the opportunity to.
Fair enough.
All right. Any other items?
Okay, so during the discussion items, we get to add the resolution for the,
Yes, so in theory, like when I recognize you to make your discussion points, if you would like to add a resolution at that point,
thank you.
thank you. 9, from the business administrator. A, resolution authorizing the township to apply for and obtain a grant from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs for approximately $2 million for the Edison Municipal Broadband Services Project. And B, resolution accepting bid and awarding a contract for holiday lighting, $173. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman
First you
Schiff-Freeman.
said $200?
2 million.
No.
2 million? $2 million?
Yeah.
This $2 million for, supposed to be the broadband services, just to check out, just to, do a survey or whatever, because I know broadband and $2 million is not even a touch in it.
That's not my understanding. So there's 2 different components. One, the township did put out the RFP for the broadband business plan. That has been approved from the administration. It did not come to council, just for reference, because it was underneath the bid threshold. So my understanding is that that is currently being in the works, and based on the bid specs, that should be available or completed mid-November. In terms of the other funds, the $2 million, my understanding is that it's going to be utilized based on the recommendations of the business plan, but my instinct would be that that is going to be utilized for the creation of the first central hub. That hub is essentially in layman's term, like the server that would connect to the internet, be able to lay the groundwork to be able to actually install the fibers, and then from there, build out the program. In terms of the specs of that, though, that, to my understanding, is what the business plan would be addressing.
So it only take $2 million for that?
Yes, and this $2 million is through the Division of Community Affairs, which was approved by the state for the 2024 fiscal budget.
No, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying about, the $2 million, I would never turn down money, you know that. Especially if we're getting money, I would never turn that down. But as they're going through this broadband thing, and I need to know what they're spending the $2 million, I need to have some line out of what they're spending the $2 million for, because at this present time, I see Optimum and other places making their internet that much better with the fiber optics all over the town. And then I know for a fact that if you start something new, you got to borrow their stuff. You know what I mean? Because for you to construct something of that magnitude, believe me, I know that the cost is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. I would have to defer, though, to whatever the business plan actually produces. I'm not sure if there's any additional info that administration would like to add on to that, or?
Well, currently, that's exactly what we're working on, Council President, is the business plan. So we're hoping that in November, we'd have that established. In the meantime, we have to apply for this grant, which is due on October 20th. So with your consent, I'd respectfully ask for that and go ahead and submit it to the state.
Thank you.
Council President, if I may just clarify just a statement I made previously about adding an item to the agenda.
Sure.
Everything I said was correct, but I left out one important point specific to our code. Under 2-2.7, I'm sorry, 2-2.7 of the code, which allows for items to be added in the work session, it cannot be done with any debate. So in essence, there'd be a motion, a second, it would then be voted on. It could be discussed at the regular meeting, but for the purposes of adding it to the agenda, there can be no debate. I just wanted to add that point. Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's correct. Yeah, that's my understanding.
yeah, thank you.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. Any other questions in regards? Yes, Councilman Brasher?
So we don't have that business plan yet, but this here would be just applying for the grants. If we receive this $2 million, is that all that we need, or does the township have to kick in money, whether it be $1 million or $2 million or $3 million?
Well, as you saw previously in the capital budget request, we did put in some allotment there. Given the timing and the conversation with the council, we'd hope that in future capital budgets, that would be the plan, is to allocate more funding. But at this moment, given the grant amount, I think we'd be comfortable with at least having a startup and building that server room.
Well, okay, I'm trying to get a handle on costs, right? So I seen a bond, right, that we had, I think, for cable.
That was removed.
Right, that was removed, and that's this $2 million here?
It is not, that's separately.
It's technically a separate item.
Well, what's that, what was that 2 million for? And what's this 2 million for? And then what would be any other money we'd have to kind of put in? Like what I feel like is I'm getting nickel and dime, but not nickel and dime. I'm getting million and millions here, you know, and I'm trying to figure out what my total cost will be before you build anything.
Well, just to clarify, this is a grant money. So this is not money that the township is spending. This is money we're receiving in order to begin the server creation. So,
well, here, let me explain, because maybe the business minister, maybe you don't understand. But we have an issue where we were trying to buy property for Glendale, right? And we were going to get grant money and funding through the state. And there was a way for you to get money, right? You could have gotten a couple $1 million, and that was wonderful. But that makes it sound like that pays for everything. But we all know that for Glendale, we're going to have to bond, and we're going to have to pay for that. So that's where I'm going with this. So I do understand this is some grant money, right? But what more are we going to have to pay if we get this grant money?
So this is just my understanding. It would ultimately depend on, I call them hubs just for simplicity purposes, but it would ultimately depend on how many hubs are actually instituted. So let's say, for example, each hub is 1.25 million. I'm just using that example purposes, right? If we utilize one hub, then we have the balance of 750,000 for the build out of the actual fiber infrastructure itself. If we had, say, the 2 million and then say a future bond increase, the total allocation towards broadband was 3 million, then you should do 2 hubs, which would be 2.5 million, but then you have 500,000 for the fiber infrastructure build out at that point. You do have to perform your analysis as to what's better, because maybe it's better to have 2 hubs at shorter locations and then use that as a slow rollout, or maybe you can have the one with a broader rollout and be able to address a similar size market, for lack of better words.
Well, okay, so this is just to apply for the grant, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Let's say we get approved for the grant. We don't really necessarily need to use it.
Correct.
That would be correct, right?
I don't know why we wouldn't use.
Well, because right now, as Council President just said, we have no clue what we're doing. So if you have no clue what you're doing, you don't move forward.
You're obligated to spend, if money is allocated via a grant, you are obligated to spend it, otherwise the state takes it back. So I don't think that that's our intent.
But I'm saying, so being that we don't know, we're going to borrow this money or we're going to get it as a grant. If we decide that we don't want to move forward, we just don't need to take the grant, or we can give it back to the state. Like if you come back to us and you tell us it's $100 million, and I tell you that I believe the administration has lost their mind, we can't afford this, right? So we don't want to move forward. We could give this money back, and there's no penalty or anything like that for just applying.
No penalty, sir.
Okay, right, simple. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Patil?
Council President, that's what exactly I wanted to add. You know, it's some money sitting on a table. We should apply. We should get it. The larger picture, yes, this is probably not even a drop in a bucket for this project, not even a drop. So this is the magnitude of this project. But if you're getting the money and we can utilize this to get some concrete things done, probably we should move forward. But again, it's way ahead. We are thinking, at least get the money, get the grant application. And tomorrow, if we decide not to use it, the state will take it back. Thank you, Councilor.
And just as a clarifying item, my understanding is that this is not a matching grant application, so there's nothing bound from the township in that perspective.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure the 1.25 was for example purposes. I don't know anything until the business plan comes out. Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Yes, Council President?
Yes, Council Vice President Harris.
On B, about accepting the bid to award the contract to Royal Irrigation for the holiday lighting, I believe the figures that were given for last year's cost as against this year were that this is much more expensive this year. Is that correct? But am I understanding correctly that one of the reasons it's more expensive is because the lighting is going to be going all the way down the Municipal Boulevard to where Route 27, where the entrance to the Municipal Boulevard is?
My understanding, and let me just pull up the memo real quick. I believe, yes, there would be additional lighting focused on POW MIA Boulevard leading into Papiani Park and the parking lot itself to make it more accessible and easier to walk. So that was as part of the memo. I did request the bid specs for last year's bid proposal and this year's bid proposal. The total scope of work is in fact larger, so that also plays into the cost aspect.
Okay, so I made a mistake. It's actually from POW MIA Boulevard, right at the beginning of the entrance to Papiani Park, all the way up to Papiani Park. Is that correct?
That's how I interpret
Okay,
the
all right.
That's correct.
Okay, all right.
Council President?
Yes,
Wait,
Councilwoman
excuse
Shafran.
me, I'm sorry.
It's all right. In that case, I actually think it's a good idea, not just for aesthetics, but I think it's a good idea for safety, for people who are going to be walking up the boulevard. I think it makes a lot of sense. So I think you get a twofer with the aesthetics. It's going to be pretty and festive, but also a safety matter. So I am in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Schiff Freeman?
Council President, when I read on here, I read it that the light quality will be much better than it was last year.
Yes, in technicality from the bid spec, they made an exception, but it was based on their recommendation for a brighter light or that's how I
Like
interpret it.
LED, and they're going
was-
to use it.
From a terminology, it was like a T5 versus a T3.
Yeah.
But they were doing it in advance of what the bid spec was.
Okay, because I just read it because they were trying to do a better quality because something happened along the other way that the lights didn't show up quite right at one of the locations, so they were doing it better. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brusher?
Council President, after hearing my colleagues, it raised a little antenna. Can we have the police chief look at this when it gets put up? Because what I don't want to see is I don't want to see too bright of LEDs on the roadway that it blinds or distracts drivers because it might be flashing or, we don't know what's going to go up. But I'd like, from a safety standpoint, I'd like the chief to take a look at it.
Council President, our Deputy Chief is here if you'd like that answer now.
Yes, please. Thank you, sir.
There we go. Yes, I'd be happy to take a look at that, Councilman Brusher, but looking at what occurred last year, I don't foresee any issues, but we'd be more than happy to take a look at it.
Right. I mean, I just don't know, like, I live across from JP. When they told me they were putting the sign in, I didn't think it was a problem until it was flashing in my window. Same type of thing. Just before we do it, if somebody, right, from your unit can just take a look and make sure it's not a safety
Understood.
hazard.
We will take a look at it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 10 from the Department of Finance. A, disbursement reports through October 4th. B, resolution authorizing tax sale certificate refund, $50,635. And C, resolution authorizing water overpayment refund, $343,380. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 11, from the Department of Health. A, resolution authorizing the township to submit a grant application and execute grant contract with New Jersey Department of Health for a hepatitis inoculation fund. And B, resolution authorizing the township to submit a grant application, execute grant contract with PetSmart Charities Adoption Prep Grant. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 12, from the Department of Planning and Engineering. Sorry about that. A, resolution provides for construction permit refund. B, resolution provides for variation fee refund. And C, resolution to submit an award extension request for the LA 2022 MA Edison roadway improvements to Kilmer Road Phase 2. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to take off the table Resolution R562-092023. That was the resolution awarding contract to TRS Containers for shipping containers.
Thank you, Council President.
Sorry.
We need the resolution? We need the motion?
It was tabled at the last meeting, so to bring it back on, I would have to entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, no, my apologies. No, if it was previously tabled?
Yes.
Yes. No, at this point, you can just merely add it back to the agenda. My apologies. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. Yeah.
Okay.
What are we doing?
The resolution was previously tabled. It is now back on the agenda. It's by virtue of it having consensus to move forward and it's on the agenda, you can vote on it. There's no motion required in the work session to place this back on the agenda.
It's part of the regular agenda now. If council desires to pull it again, we can do so.
You can make a motion to table again, but it can come back every time if they want to.
Okay,
Yeah.
at what point could we make a motion to table it? Given in light of the new information that's available?
When we get to the consent agenda. And if you want to make any comments during the discussion here,
Okay,
sorry for my confusion.
yeah, okay.
I was just trying to follow procedure, but, so my apologies. A, resolution awarding contract for shipping containers, $91,630. B, resolution to release street opening escrows. And C, resolution rejecting all bids for elevator maintenance and repair. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Brusher?
Yes, with the shipping containers, the TRS, I actually pulled an administration thing on you. I thought you were part of the emails that happened, but unfortunately, it was pointed out that you weren't. So I sent it to you, and you probably got it 45 minutes before this meeting. Unintentional. I thought we originally all got it. But what it really comes down to is there is a co-op, and the co-op is called Sourcewell, where you can purchase containers. And one of the vendors, I mean, they just reached out because they heard that we pulled it on the agenda, and they said you should look at Sourcewell for our pricing on containers. If I look at this, there were 11 containers at $91,000. I guess that's somewhere around $8,000 a container. But they're on Sourcewell, which is a co-op, so you don't even have to bid. And they're anywhere from like $4,000 to $6,500. Like the one for $6,500 is a brand new container, brand new, not like a used, banged up one, but a brand new one that has a special locking device so that nobody could be locked inside the container by accident. They could always get themselves out. So it has a great safety feature. I don't know if that is what we have for the $8,000 ones, because I didn't see the spec on that. So I was, looking to see if we could have this pulled, and they could look at the co-op and, just confirm the pricing, and that it's the same one that they were getting. But like I said, I apologize because I thought you originally had it. Their original email, it turns out, went to myself and Council Vice President. And it was a mistake on my part, so I apologize for that.
No worries. I appreciate the apology. Any other questions, comments? To Sonia. Thank you.
So just for clarification purposes, from a purchasing standpoint, we can go out to bid. Just because there's a co-op or a state contract doesn't preclude us from going out to bid to get the best price. Secondly, I was not part of that chain, but just for clarification purposes, we are aware of Sourcewell, and in the bidding process, as well as when we asked for quotations, Sourcewell was not responsive to this. We are, in terms of on a time limitation, in need of storage between several of these locations that we mentioned in the memo, and we could not verify that information with Sourcewell. What we did, though, is come under budget from last year, which the council did approve back in sometime, I believe, about a year ago or so. So last year's price was $9,495 versus this year it's $8,330. So there is a savings to the township this year.
Oh, okay, but where I'm going with it is this company, Sourcewell, which is on the co-op, the company is United Rental. I think everybody's heard of United Rental. They're out throughout the country, right? So United Rental has it on Sourcewell, and that could potentially save the township here $30,000 to $50,000. Not like $1,000 that I'm talking about. And they have them available, and they can have them to you within a week. So when you say that this is important, right? They actually have them available. They're in Middlesex County, and we can get them. I just don't know how other municipalities can order from Sourcewell, but you're having difficulty and you can't get their pricing, but their pricing is on. It just seems to me like if the administration, this council moves forward with this, we actually do not care about tens of thousands of dollars. That's my opinion, and I believe that's the opinion of every resident here. It's a flagrant waste of money. So that's why I asked to pull it, to give you the opportunity to do your job, do it correctly, right? And get us a reasonable price. Not tell me that you saved us $872 from last year. Just because you wasted money last year doesn't make it okay for you to waste the money again this year. So I found that your answer to be offensive as a taxpayer. And I'd just like to go on the record and state that.
That is your opinion, but we did our due diligence in terms of the procurement process, and I would never.
Sonia, I had the floor. And I was interrupted by the business administrator.
My colleague to the right has the floor. Thank you.
So I'd like to say, well, you may disagree. I hope the taxpayers see this. And I hope that when your boss runs for office again, the taxpayers speak their mind on the wasted money if this moves forward. And that would be it, Council President. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Patil.
In fact, I got the email forward, and the very first thing I asked Councilman Brasher is to bring it to your attention. But the original email, if I read through, I think they did copy administrator on that email. So not sure, where the disconnect here. But the United Rental, the company that we are talking, is Edison-based. They're right on Talmadge Road. I will be happy to give the business to the company that is in Edison. And if they have the containers ready, and if we can save roughly $25,000, $30,000 in 2 weeks, I think it is worth for us to, table this, go out for the bid, and get the ball rolling. And in 2 weeks, we can bring it on agenda and we can approve. Again, that's my opinion, personal opinion. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Yes, Councilman Patel.
I didn't get the email, so I'm not sure exactly what Sourcewell is. But I would assume, what is the procurement process, Sonia? that we follow?
So the procurement process per the local public contracts law, if there is an aggregate or a commodity of some sort, whether it could be pencils or in this case the containers, we know that's going to go above the bid threshold. We do have to go out to bid. While there are co-ops and state contracts, that doesn't preclude us from going out to bid, and certainly the attorney can clarify that
So
further.
when we went out to public bid, did Sourcewell bid on it?
We did not get a responsive answer from Sourcewell.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Just for some background information, it was mentioned that last year, containers were indeed purchased by the administration, authorized by the council. During that procurement process, there were 4 separate bid opportunities where no bids were received from the township's perspective. Those were on February 8th, March 1st, April 12th, and April 29th. It wasn't until the 5th attempt of submitting for a bid where a response was received, where there was only one response. My understanding is that no matter what, we still have to go out for bidding per the procurement process, and we would still need to get those responses back. My understanding in regards to the current, where the containers are going to be placed and what they are going to be used for, there's a time constraint because we want to make sure that certain materials that may be out and about can be stored and salvageable. So even if there may be costs associated from a savings on the container standpoint, if we lose material or other items because of poor storage, we're going to end up paying that cost anyway. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with this at the moment, and I'll leave it to the council.
Council
to decide.
President?
Yes.
Can I ask you, what do you mean by things could be missing? I've lived here for, I don't know, 50 years, right? We haven't needed 11 containers. But now all of a sudden you sit there and you tell me that the administration went out to bid. One of the only administrations I've ever seen that went out to bid and is going with the highest bidder. And we hear that something could be stolen, that we immediately needed these 11 containers tomorrow, or we could have issues. When I told you that they have them, they're here, they're available, okay? And like I said, if this body moves forward with this, right, I hope that the voters hear and see, and they vote that conscience, because we've been talking about wasting and spendful money. I've showed you the facts. I've sent it to you. I've emailed it to you. The lies that come, that I feel are from the administration. In fact, just a little while ago, we just had this $2 million, and the resident texted me and said the township has to put in $1 million, it says. I didn't read that, but a resident's telling me that we do. So that's going to come up when we get to the next part. But I mean, where are we going that we don't care about saving money? And everything that this administration does is an emergency. It's an emergency because they failed to plan, and their failing to plan cost the taxpayers over and over and over again. $500,000 change order dumped on us last meeting, and the same thing with the containers. And I gave you the facts, so you know that we could have it. But you're acknowledging that the administration and yourself are comfortable with wasting money under the fraudulent thought that, well, we need it now or something could get stolen. Where for the last 11 years, nothing's been stolen. So if that's your opinion, right? You have a voice, you have a vote. I disagree with you, and I want the public to see how you vote. And that's all that I'm asking. So thank you very much, Council President.
Sure, and I appreciate all the information that you provided to allow me to make an apples-to-apples comparison as to what you're providing versus what the bid spec is. In regards to your comment about things being stolen, I did not say stolen. I stated that items could be, or if I did, my intention is that items could be damaged. So as an example, 4 of the containers are meant to be at the Rhodes garage. Right now, there are items in the back of the garage that right now are uncovered and exposed. A, that's not good for the material that's there, and B, it could be a liability aspect. I know it was made a comment about like containers being out in the public, but the locations that these are being proposed to be put at, to my understanding, are going to be behind fences and not viewable from the public. The only location I could possibly see would be at the senior center, which if it was such a detriment to the public, then I would have been getting complaints for the 2 containers that are currently there right now. Sorry.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patillo.
I don't think, this body disagrees the need of the container. I think the discussion is around the cost. I'm pretty sure, Councilman Brasher agrees, we need the space. I visited DPW garage. Yes, we do need storage there, and many other facilities, including our wet area. So I don't think this body disagrees. It's a question of, can we wait for 2 more weeks and probably save $20,000-$30,000 for this town? That's probably the debate at this point in time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Patel?
Sonia, question for you. If we were, I do want to save money, so I'm not going to say, if we can wait 2 weeks and reopen the bid process, we have to reopen it, right? I would assume?
Well, we'd have 60 days to award this, so I'd have to see when the bid opening happened. So it happened on September 12th, so I think you'd be good for the next meeting. Yep.
Okay, so can they still have to bid?
The price would still be good, yes, correct. It would, the last meeting would still be good.
So, but what I'm saying is Sourcewell, they would still have to bid and put in their information, right? If they don't do it, we can't really go out and be like, hey, can you bid?
Well, we would have to reject the bids.
Okay.
Have to come to this body to reject the bids. Go out to rebid this project if we haven't done that already. So I just have to clarify that if this isn't the first or second time.
Okay.
And then second of all, if we go with a co-op, then that's certainly something that we constantly look at as another option. Like I said, Sourcewell wasn't responsive, so that's why this was brought back to the council.
Okay, so we have tried saving money, but so far we haven't been successful. We had 5 biddings and we haven't had much success. And that is why, last year at least, we had 5 biddings and we
There
didn't
was
have
a savings from last year, yes.
Yeah, and so, yes, I would love to save money, but if we're not getting the results, we're not getting the answers and the purchasing material that we need in time, then I would say I am okay to move forward. But if 2 weeks can save us $20,000, that's what is being implied here.
Correct.
Can we wait 2 weeks? Would that be a good?
That's up to the will of the body.
If we wait 2 weeks, can we get Sourcewell to come in and save us $20,000?
We can certainly reach out to them again.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Cole?
I just want to mention, what I'm hearing, we've voted before in the past about containers at the same price. I don't disagree with my council colleague. He saved money. Every member on this council wants to save money, but at the same time, I'm not in the day-to-day operations of the director and the reason behind the director and what he needs to do and the labor opportunities to take advantage of now in the fall, reaching into the winter and into the spring, maybe the opportunity where we take advantage of time. While our men and women may not be as busy, so I can't make a decision for the director. If this is what he proposed on the agenda, we voted for this in the past. I'm here to support it. I tabled this purposely for this reason. I gave the administration the chance to source. It's been 2 weeks since then. I just don't want to hold up the director of public works for 2 more weeks if he has projects anticipated to start labor, pull things out of different buildings and to start working and doing demo work when this labor is available. So I look at it as there's a discipline of what we're paying extra for the containers, but there may be a big cost savings on labor and production and timeline management. It's just something I'm not in the head of the director every day and what's going on. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
No, again, Council President, I don't think this is the time because people are waiting here. I hate to say this. We could probably table this discussion, open the public comments because I have a lot to say again on the other topic, but looking at the time, it's not worth to hold the people here.
Understood. So keep it for the consent agenda. If it gets pulled, then we can have that conversation. Then. Thank you. 14, from the Department of Recreation. A, resolution authorizing ABC and YAP fee refunds. B, resolution setting hut rental fees for the Diwali celebration. Item C is being removed from tonight's agenda. And D, resolution authorizing a fee waiver for park rental. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Council President,
Yes, Councilwoman Schiff Freeman.
do we own the huts?
We do.
Yes, we actually constructed them as well.
So what is this rental fee about then?
We've given the several requests for private events. We built it into our recreation fees.
So you will rent out these huts for other people for other occasions?
Correct.
All right, so this says Diwali, though. This is our event.
This is for not our Diwali event specifically.
Oh, that's for another Diwali
This
event.
is for, let me just,
Just for clarification, the second event, which was a private event, that's being pulled from tonight's agenda. That event is no longer occurring.
No, you pulled C, you didn't pull B. B and C?
No, just C.
C.
Yeah, so I'm asking about B.
No, this is,
I just want to get a bit better understanding of the hut rental fees and stuff. I'm
no,
not,
this is pertaining particularly to the Diwali celebration.
It is correct. It is correction. It is pertaining to Diwali.
yeah, because
We have private vendors that rent these.
oh, the private vendors that
Correct.
come here that want to, if they want a hut,
Yes,
then they have to pay a certain amount of money to get that hut.
that's right.
Okay, all right, just like the other vendors that have their trucks and stuff, they spend their money.
Right, and just also, just to backtrack, at our last meeting, the fees were before the council, and you did approve
Yes.
that via resolution.
Yes, but I didn't see them pertaining to the hut actual rental.
Yes, it was on there also,
Okay.
yes.
I didn't realize that. Okay, I just wanted to be, so we own them, they're ours, so we rent them out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, 15 from the Department of Water and Sewer. A, resolution accepting bid and awarding contract for water utility supplies and compact equipment not to exceed $70,000. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, 16 from the Chief of Fire. A, resolution authorizes Township Council to grant permission for firework discharge for a Diwali celebration taking place at Lake Papiani, scheduled for November 4th, 2023, with a rain date for November 5th, 2023. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 17, from the Chief of Police. A, resolution authorizing the township to submit a grant application and execute grant contract for the fiscal year 21 American Rescue Plan, ARP, Gunshot Detection Technology Initiative Grant. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none. 18, from the Township Clerk. A, resolution recognizing October as Hindu Heritage Month in the Township of Edison. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Oh, Council President.
Yes, Councilwoman Schiff Freeman.
I think this is nice, and I had spoke to you earlier. Are we going to do this for the rest of the town when other heritage comes up? Or are this going to be like our beginning to recognize heritage during each month?
I have no objection.
No, because that's why I always believe in Human Relations Council. I always want people to all blend together. I want everybody to know that we're doing heritage, everybody's heritage monthly.
I think it's a great idea, and actually, if I can request from the Human Relations Committee, maybe they can provide like a schedule as to
Yeah.
what may be suitable.
Yeah, because I think it's positive, and I think that when you do heritage thing, you do everything, I think it brings the community better together, that everybody, has a month, that they celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, 19, from the council member to the planning board. Councilman Patel.
The next planning board meeting will be taking place on November 16th, Monday, at the council chambers. It will be the last day for master plan communications, so if you have anything to say, please do come to that meeting. If you want to add or remove or have any changes, please email at least by that date. Thank you.
Thank you. 20, unfinished business. Ordinances for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Are there any questions or comments? I'll start with O2191. Seeing none, just as a point of reference, O2192, which was the bond ordinance, that is being pushed off until October 25th. The reason being, there was this new procedure with one of the newspapers in regards to noticing, and we need to give proper timing from a public hearing noticing aspect. Unfortunately, there was some miscommunication which would have not allowed the township to act because it would have been after the time frame, so that is why it's being pushed off to the next meeting. Ordinance 2193. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none.
Council President?
Councilman Patel.
Is this the one where we can set the whole Grove Ave to be 25 with the amendments, or no?
This is particularly so how it was previously written. My understanding is that the administration is reviewing to see if that can be modified later to extend fully on Grove Avenue. But this right here is how it was previously written between the two streets. I forget it.
Yeah, Monroe.
And unfortunately, it cannot be amended this evening, because if there would, that would be more than a de minimis change, and basically it would nullify the entire ordinance. We have to start all over again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. 21, discussion items. I got criticized last time for starting to my right, starting to my left, so I'm going to start
I
dead
think,
center.
Council President, again, this will be more, I don't know, there will be exhaustive discussion during, there will be exhaustive discussions for every council person here, and that's what I was saying. Is there a way we can move the public portion ahead of our discussion items? Because it could take at least an hour, I can tell you that.
All right.
Because this is only the time we can talk.
Just following the process that I did before, I'm going to use that as my precedent in regards to a motion on the public comment in regards to the regular meeting. I appreciate the understanding. Thank you. Council Vice President Harris.
Got several items here. Actually, before we get to that nurse's resolution, I want to make a statement. Normally, I speak extemporaneously. That's my comfort zone, but I had a lot I wanted to say, and so I had to organize it on paper. So forgive me for an unusual reading of a statement. First, I wish to say unequivocally and wholeheartedly that nurses are unsung superheroes. Yes, they are the wind beneath doctors' wings, but so often are those wings themselves. They are dedicated and brave humanitarians who particularly demonstrated those qualities during the prime early days of the pandemic, selflessly attending to the many patients who were flooding the hospital wards, risking contracting COVID each and every time they were on duty. We owe them a debt of gratitude that we will never sufficiently be able to repay. As a private citizen, I offer my full support for the nurses at RWJ. My fervent hope is that they receive the urgent help and support they need to continue serving their patients at optimal effectiveness. The nurses and patients deserve nothing less. However, as a councilwoman, while I can also individually offer my support and appreciation to the nurses union, I do not feel comfortable supporting this resolution simply on the grounds that as a private hospital and as a nurses union, the strike and negotiation process isn't within the purview of this body on which to weigh in. In fact, the same principle would hold true if this strike were taking place at JFK Medical Center in Edison. The fact that the Maplewood Council adopted such a resolution should hold no sway over this council's decisions on the issue. I truly believe that our support can be voiced just as forcefully and effectively during council discussion, where we are free to comment on any issue of our choosing. My concern is that this proposed resolution is going to set a trap inaccurately characterizing us as either you're with the nurses or you're against them. This would be a patently unfair black or white spin and a false narrative, because we are certainly capable of walking and chewing gum at the same time. My objection to the resolution isn't about supporting the nurses. It's about holding to a principle that this council as a body should have no role in this process. Once again, as an individual citizen and as a council member, I support the nurses and hope this strike is settled as soon as possible, as it has gone on too long, making everyone a loser, especially the patients. That's my statement about that. Moving on to the issue of the animal shelter. There's much to say about this. So many of you may be aware that Council finally did receive the redacted report about the veterinarian's report about the animal shelter, which was, I think it was made on July 30th, and we waited a long, long time to get the report back. And it kept getting kicked, the can kept getting kicked down the road because we were told that the attorneys had to go over it, and then we were told that there are redactions that involve personnel, and that was another 2 weeks that went by. We finally got it, and some of you may have seen it on social media. But essentially, what you have here in the redacted report is Dr. Chiosi, who was the veterinarian on duty, so what's allowed that's not redacted is about all the animals who were seen and with services provided, which included about 16 animals, dogs and cats. Then we have the sentence that says, I did a walk through the entire shelter after tending to the animals. At that point, we have black, black, and black. We have nothing else in this report, and I was absolutely outraged when I received this. After practically 3 months, July, August, September, all right, 2.5 months, this is what we get. And I think it's an insult to this council's intelligence, it's an insult to the residents' intelligence, and it's especially doing a tremendous disservice to the animals in that shelter. So Councilman Brescher and I have been tag teaming on this issue, and I actually want to turn it over to you, Councilman Brescher, just to, may I do that? Am I able to turn that over to him to add to this?
I would prefer if we kept on, like, just you have the floor. So if you want to maintain the discussion,
All right.
I offer the councilman when he's afforded the floor to add on.
Okay.
But
All right.
just to maintain.
Well, I know, it's just, it's like when you read a book, you normally like to flip the pages, not go to another book and then go back. But if you would rather go through different books, it's your prerogative, Council President.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
I appreciate the understanding.
Okay. We did ultimately receive from a source I will not name the unredacted report. And I can tell you that it wasn't just names that were redacted. It was the personnel that was listed in there was of minimal consequence. There was very little in the way of names. It was more about this particular veterinarian's concerns about the state of the shelter and the way it was being run. We are very unhappy and find this whole process to have been a disgrace. And so the good news is that actually Council President Pointer, and you were on the call, Councilman Patel and I were on a Zoom call with a gentleman named Ross Lasitra, who is he's currently Monmouth County Commissioner, but he's also the head of the Monmouth County SPCA. And as it happens, Mr. Lasitra is going to be now overseeing the shelter. He has come to the shelter. He has found that it is understaffed, which is not exactly a newsflash. It's understaffed. He said it should have about double the amount of personnel that it currently has. There are no real surprises in what he found, and that certainly jives with what we saw in the unredacted report. The facility is too small. It should have, it needs renovation and expansion. They are working, Mr. Lasitra and Sonia, you're also involved in this in terms of the possibility of bringing on a vet who, her name is Dr. Nicole Fetterman.
Feddersen, just correct the record, Feddersen.
What is it? Feddersen.
Feddersen.
Sorry, yeah, Feddersen. She is currently at Little Silver Animal Hospital, used to be at Red Bank Animal Hospital, which is a fine, fine facility. To bring her on a couple of days a week, and that it was discussed that there's a possibility if surgeries were needed, that the animals could possibly be brought to the Little Silver Animal Hospital for the surgeries. Mr. Lecitras talked about the fact that at the Monmouth County SPCA, they have a euthanasia council. So these are not snap decisions made in terms of when to euthanize a dog or a cat. This is based on the condition of the dog or cat and whether it's a behavioral issue that's not being rectified, whether it's an older animal that has been in the shelter a long time that is just feeble and is in bad shape, but that it goes before a euthanasia council. They want to focus on donations and want to focus on social media. And I think it was you, Sonia, who had stated that the morale that this shelter has been moving to the social media aspect of things.
Correct. We're trying to use the platform in a constructive manner to create some outreach.
Yes, and according to what you said, that the morale is already turning around in a very positive direction. So that's really good to hear. So this is the good news. It looks like this ship is going to be set in the right direction. But what preceded this is unacceptable. These redactions were unacceptable. It was shady. It felt like, those of you who are old enough like I am to have been through Watergate, it seems Nixonian. It seems like these redactions were secretive and sketchy. So I'm very, very upset about how this all came about. I am, as of today, very encouraged about the direction this is taking. So those, I believe, are no, that's it. Those are my comments. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. And I guess not to go too far away from the chapter, if you want me to break my own rule in regards to...
Council President, if we're going to go to Rich, is she finished with her discussion items? Can we just go to Rich?
Yeah.
If other members don't mind, I don't mind. I will yield to his for discussion. But
No, I was
it'd
going
be
to
all
ping
his
back
dis-
and
it would
forth,
be
but
all
I
his
don't wanna
discussion.
Mess up the chapter.
Okay, no problem. I'm fine. I can wait.
Councilman Rescher, if you'd like.
Yes, I mean, I'd like to add to this in saying when this first came to us, right? We asked for a copy of the vet report. This body should have received that. Okay, I can argue with counsel about having a name redacted or not. It's my understanding the Supreme Court has upheld. If I ask for an IA report, I get an IA report. And an IA report is a report on like a police officer. That used to all be kind of hidden, but nowadays it's open and transparent. But it is not transparent here in Edison. Okay, there is no light on in Edison. The light bulb has been removed from Edison. We live in darkness. Just like the redactions that you've seen, the redactions that were all blacked out, that's the blackness that we live in here now. And I have to tell you, this is not the first time that I've received redactions. I tried handling it like a gentleman, right? I asked. I have spoken to the attorney. I've asked the attorney at a meeting, what recourse do we have? And the attorney basically said the only recourse that council has is to get 4 council people to shut the mayor down. Unfortunately, like you'll see tonight on this ordinance we have with the $30,000-$40,000 that we're gonna blow, right? The mayor has the votes in his pocket, okay? That's the simple fact of the matter here. So what can I do? My other choice was to sue our law firm, costing the taxpayers more money, costing myself, okay? And I didn't want to go down that route. But I don't know how else to deal with an administration that wants to keep the public and the council in the dark. So what I did was I called the governor, because I do understand that the governor, cares about people here. And the governor put me in touch with the attorney general, who took a look at the redactions that I gave and laughed and chuckled. And they're right now trying to get those documents, that which they say should be available to me anyway. If we get no recourse, with those things, then yes, then I'm going to be forced to sue, and we'll make the newspaper. Susan Russell, I hope you're hearing. It'll give you a nice article. But where I go with it is, I did see the report, okay? And the report's alarming, to be honest with you. The report really talks about unsafe conditions. With those conditions, it's not just the animals that could be affected, but the public. So you see, if an animal gets certain types of infections and they're not put into the proper quarantine to get well, they infect other animals. Those animals go home to your children. Your children get them. Oh, we have a whole bunch of nurses. They probably know about this stuff. But there's viruses or worms and stuff that humans can actually get from these pets. And that's what was kind of happening here. And it was happening because we were overcrowding and we weren't taking care of them. Simply put, it's good to see that the administration has finally stepped up and is trying to do something. Are they going to do it? Who knows, right? We live in the dark. But I would ask Council President if there's a way that a committee could be formed to look into the animal shelter and follow through and see that the administration is following through. It's up to Council President's prerogative, but it's something that I am gonna, that I am asking for, if it's at all possible. Now, Council President, question for you, procedurally. Do I talk about my other items down in the discussion thing?
Are they pertaining to the resolutions or separate?
Well, okay, so I have discussion items that are other items. I'd like to speak about the nurses that I have here, okay? I'd like to speak about the public advocate. Okay, let me just finish. And where I go with it is, because if it is, and my council vice president is done with her comments, then I think then it would be maybe me to put up the resolution for the public advocate. I thought she was going to put it up, kind of thing. But now that you're good, okay, all right, then I'm good with that. Can I just finish then these items? Or?
Yes, and just from my understanding, just technically no motion has been moved to put up the ordinance and/or resolution. You're within your bounds to discuss as you see fit.
Okay. Then, moving on, there's two other items I'd like to talk about. The public advocate. Everybody here knows, where I stand on that. We have an ordinance. You'll probably hear about it shortly. I believe it's needed. And I see residents here that are from Amazon. And I'd like them to know that if we would have had a public advocate a few years ago, what we found out was Edison could have had an environmental impact study. That environmental impact study could have shown noise and vibration for a lot that's over 20 acres, I was told, and I think Amazon was 44 acres or something to that effect. If we had that environmental impact study and we had a public advocate that would have questioned what came in, Amazon probably would have been built differently. The doors might have been on the Route 27 side. They might have had rubber pads in the parking lot to stop from the vibrations that the people are feeling. So there's many aspects of this public advocate that are very, very important, and I think this is a good thing moving forward. On to our nurses. I may disagree with some of my colleagues on this. A lot of times this council will pass superficial type of resolutions, right? Because we do not have the authority to do certain things. You know, a lot of the council here came out to stand up and say we supported Israel, right? There is, you know, technically nothing that this body can do for Israel, but we stand up for that. And us taking votes and us doing that and showing that we support you, I think is important. But it would be sad to say that there was anything here but politics, because politics is about the farthest thing from Edison. And what this is really about, and I mean, I give credit to Bob Yackel. I think he's the fire president. You know, he pointed out to me that what this is about is staffing levels. Everybody that lives on the south side of Edison, every one of your children, go to Robert Wood Johnson. They're not going to JFK. And I have to tell you, I want every child in Edison to receive the very best health care possible. And when I'm told by the professionals in that field that they need help with staffing, I'm not doing this for politics. I'm not doing this to try and gain a vote from the nurses. I'm doing this for the children here in Edison and every adult on the south side of Edison that has to go to Robert Wood Johnson. That's why I support our nurses. Thank you, Council President.
Just want to make sure no additional items.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I messed up on the ping pong back. Councilman Patel?
I wanted to add to the animal shelter discussion. During the conversation, he also said that he would want to review the shared service agreements with the other town, especially since there is a heavy increase in animals that are being sheltered now after the COVID. There were a lot of people that, you know, adopted pets, and after COVID, once real life got back, they could not handle them and they returned. So there's a heavy influx of animals in the animal shelters, and because of that calculation, the increase, the shared service agreements need to be reviewed and to see how much it's costing Edison to help out our neighboring towns. So that is an important step we should take. I am a healthcare worker, going to the healthcare nurses. I support the unions. I am a pharmacist. We don't have unions, and I wish we did. I support it. We as a union deserve a seat at the table to represent our cause. And we do need to get our fair share in staffing, in timing, family life, work-life balance. Just our mental health in general needs to be addressed. Saying that, however, as a body, I don't think we should vote on this because that's a private entity that a government is going and trying to convince otherwise. We represent Edison, we represent the interests of Edison residents, and we represent how to best move forward for Edison. This is taking place in another town. This is taking place, there are a lot of unions fighting across US. And I support all of the unions, but I don't think as a body we should take a stance. We should maintain our impartiality in this particular topic. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
All right. We'll go back to you, Councilman Coyle. No, we're going back. Yeah. We're zigzag. Yep.
Okay. Like I mentioned before in my committee items, we're going to be having a meeting with DPW to go over the winter storm management and how our director and the administration look at the staffing levels to truck power versus staffing power versus the different equipment we need and have, ready and able. And it's not that we discussed this in November. We had discussed this all year round. So I have to say our DPW is more than prepared during the winter. But as a soft check, we do this again, make sure we're prepared for a storm, ice storms, black ice, etc. So for the residents out there who are not sure what happens the day before a storm or the day before a bad weather forecast, this is discussed years in advance. So I'm happy the approach we take. those who are on the committee, and I'm looking forward to that meeting to see where we're at and making sure everything's in line. I'm also looking forward to our public safety meeting with our chief, which will happen also in November. The discussion on the animal shelter, I'm not happy what's happening there. I don't think there's any defense to animals not being properly cared for. In the past, I read different articles and comments from our colleagues on that particular area just being the dumping ground during COVID for situations where people couldn't handle taking care of their pet. So hopefully we'll look at expanding it. I'm afraid that even when we expand, we'll always need more room for more pets. I think it's the obligation of any pet owner, any person who takes care of a pet, is to keep that pet alive and hope for adoption. So I think that's where it becomes our inherent problem. We have more and more pets coming, and we want to keep all of them alive. We have to find homes for them. So at the same time, when and if this council and the administration choose to expand, we need help from every one of you to get these pets adopted. So that's where we're going to, hit the rubber's going to hit the road. And that's going to be the problem. I mean, how big can we become, and also understand we're the dumping ground. We're the largest, and we're handling pets from in and around the surrounding towns. So, again, I listen to my colleagues. I'm not happy the position this is in right now, and I'm looking for a full report of exactly what our measurement solutions are. But these are just the facts I believe that are on the table, and where we are and the size that we are and how many pets we're handling. My brief comments through Council Vice President Margaret Harris in regards to our resolution. I definitely stand by our nurses for a lot of reasons. Myself and a few other colleagues have raced around during COVID, collected 85,000 masks. We delivered to St. Peter's. We were on the ground every day. I think I put 1,500 miles on my car in that first 4 or 5 days when JFK and Robert Johnson had no masks, no goggles. And I cleared out every Home Depot you can imagine to make sure that those who were in first responder situation were cared for and were protected, let alone the amount of food and different things we did with takeout. So, I'm on board with nurses and I care. I just, as an elected official, I got to divide the line of where I stand with what we have to do outside this body. No different than my council colleagues. As a person, absolutely, I'm with you. I'll do anything and I'll make statements as well. But us voting for resolution and having an impact on your life tomorrow morning will just be a soft resolution, and it's not in our purview. In addition to that, I'd be more open to see where this body is to pass a resolution that we're going to support all unions, because this wheel just starts turning. We won't. Are we going to support the FOP, the PBA? Are we going to support all other unions? So when and if that comes to our agenda, that we're going to be advocating for every union and all unions and teacher unions, and that's going to be our position all the time, I'm open to listen to that, but I can't just cherry pick when and if the problem occurs. And I am sorry the position you take to voluntarily strike, and this is a necessary need of a problem that's been going on for decades. Staffing to nurses has been an issue, and the patient count is a problem. I just have to divide where I stand as why you elected me and what I'm doing for your community. So, I'm sorry I can't take the position where you're at for this resolution, but I stand with you to hope that you'll be back to work and that all nurses are cared for. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm in the conundrum because
I'll go and he'll go last.
I want to make a comment on potentially both items, if okay for me to.
Go ahead.
Oh, all right. In regards to the potential resolution in regards to the nurses union, I thought what Council Vice President Harris said was very eloquent, and I support her statement. In regards to the public advocate, if it's motion to be put forth, I will vote no on the ordinance for introduction. The reason being is that I find many flaws in regards to the draft that was presented to me. Now, for clarification, there was a watered-down draft that was also, gentlemen,
I was telling him he was like Ronald Reagan, how he stuck air traffic controllers in the back.
Point of order, Council President.
Thank you. If I can please proceed. If it's a motion to introduce for the public advocate ordinance, how it's currently drafted, I will vote no. At the end of the day, what is desired and required is that an established record is put forth before either the zoning and the planning boards for them to make an informed decision. In fact, the reasoning that was provided to me in regards to the Berkeley Heights Superior Court case, which establishes that a public advocate can be initiated, is that they need to be able to, you need to have the information to be able to make a decision. How it's currently worded, it pretty much reflects exactly how state statute states that the zoning board and the planning board are to operate. The state law supersedes local ordinance. Therefore, if it is duplicative in nature, in my viewpoint, it becomes a liability in regards to any application that may be seen forward. In regards to the actual obtaining of information, I agree. I agree with the residents. I'm with you on that. There needs to be ability to put forth in testimony information that if a denial occurs, it can hold weight in court. That if information is made available to either the zoning or the planning boards, that they will be able to make an informed decision in line with state code, which states that they are there to promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. So my concern with how the current draft is written is that it could become challengeable in a challenge. And I understand the rebuttal that anything that is put forth is always challengeable. I understand that completely. I have a couple of concerns in regards to the leniency, or rather the subjectivity that the ordinance allows in regards to determining when a public advocate would be initiated. If you look at the ordinances of Lodi, Oradell, West Orange, Fairlawn, Berkeley Heights, well, I'm not going to go back on Berkeley Heights, I won't say definitively. However, they stipulate specific guidelines that would actually activate a public advocate, whether it be 500 feet from a school, 200 feet from an interstate highway, 3 variances. Additionally, it does give the flexibility in regards to the public advocate being able to make an internal decision as to when they would be initiated. However, to eliminate subjectivity, I would prefer that in the ordinance, we had those guidelines specified. In the proposed ordinance, there's also a written item in regards to a resident advisory committee. I agree, residents should have a play in regards to providing feedback. The structure, though, in the language, I do not feel comfortable with, because to me, how it is written usurps certain authorities from the council. In regards to a period of time, in regards to when an application would actually be heard from the public advocate, it states that when the application is presented, it would go to the public advocate for their determination and review. But under state law initiates the technical review committee, which goes back to my initial point in regards to potentially being double dipped, for lack of better words. To me, I see no issue with proceeding with that, in the sense of once the TRC has the hearing, then a full determination can be made. And again, I speak from this in my personal opinion from what I think from a legal aspect. I've reviewed the municipal land use law. I reviewed the 3 Superior Court cases, which is Fair Lawn, which regards the escrow fees aspect for payment, which I know the proposed ordinance does not have, and agree that how it was, in that aspect, how that is drafted is within the guidelines. In regards to Elsinboro and the Berkeley Heights cases, those were stipulated in the response from the court judge that those are in regards to major proposals or major applications. So to me, I would like to see in the ordinance a better defined definition that would address that. In regards to in all honesty, like with the trust of the council in regards to selecting members, say for the resident advisory committee, if we're already being told that we're not trusted to appoint zoning board members, then why would you say that you trust us to appoint a resident advisory committee? You know, if you can't trust us on one aspect, then I don't see how the other would be true. And just as a side note, I would love to act as like a public advocate on the council's behalf, but state law actually forbids the council president from approaching that specifically from the zoning board. I understand the wants, the desires, and the need to establish a credible record in front of these boards. Unfortunately, I do not believe that the draft that has been presented will achieve that in the manner that the residents see fit. Thank you. At this time, I'll offer up to Councilwoman Shipp Freeman.
Okay, I'll start off with discussing about the nurses and the nurses union. And I've seen us pass more frivolous stuff than this. Now, I know for a fact that female-dominated unions, like teachers and nurses, because I am a member of the teachers union, most of the time, they want you to do 10 patients. They don't care about quality, they care about quantity. And they wanted me to teach 30 kids in a room. But some people are okay with that. And I'm not speaking for the body. Some other people thought they were speaking for the body, but I'm speaking for the nurses of Robert Wood Johnson. I was there. I was just there recently. And I noticed the care because my brother happened to be in the hospital. Now, I don't care what anyone else says up here. I'm in favor of you like 200%. And they play games and they say, oh, this is not political, that's not political. But guess what? You go home and your union's endorsing some of the same people, all right? The same people. So I don't like the game playing. I like for us to say, this is what we're doing. We're supporting the nurses. We're supporting, like Councilman Brescher said, when you have children in there and you have a bunch of children in a place and you have one nurse and is running all over the place and there's different disease over here. And after all of this COVID and all this stuff that you guys withstood, you know, you guys took a lot of stuff. And for me, I could not say that I would not vote for you. And I would not play that game with you that, oh, this body, it doesn't mean that much to us. Because you do. You nurses mean a lot to me, all right? That's why I went into teaching. I'm scared of blood. But you guys mean a whole lot. And we need you in the hospital. We don't need you outside of the hospital. We need you in the hospital, and we need the great, great patient care. As I listened to one of the speakers who was a type 1 diabetic, she got into nursing because she wanted to be that person that she spent most of her life with as a child. She spent most of her life that way. So she wanted to be that person. She graduated from college, she came right back into nursing, and this is what she gets for coming back into nursing. But she wanted to be that special person. Now, as far as a public advocate, you know, at first I was like, well, whatever. Then I spoke to different people. And the amount of money they pay to go against other people is the problem. But my whole thing is, I don't think any of us should appoint that. I think that a public advocate should be voted on by the public. I think it should be voted on by the public, a regular election. Because you can't trust us to do it. Because I remember even when we were with the zoning board, they didn't allow me to interview people. So, hey, that wouldn't be good for us to do. You can't trust us with doing that, all right? So, and then I'm going to move on. I'm going to talk about Glenville. On Glenville, there have to be serious flooding because of the new park that they built and they resurfaced it. But you know what nobody ever thinks? They never think of drainage. They just think we can just put a whole bunch of asphalt, put a whole bunch of cement, and guess what? Where's the water going to go? Where is the water going to go? It's going to go into somebody's house, okay? And most of the houses don't have basements around that way. So here comes all the water. So we got a thought process. We're paying enough money. We're paying through the nose, because I always see the engineers report back and forth. And I've seen us, just like this, spend $700,000 last time we had a meeting. Oh, there's a problem. Oh, we seen an engine. Let's throw almost another $1 million at that problem. But the small problems that we had, we don't seem to want to take care of them. We still have the same problem that we have over there at Victoria Park. I guess we can afford it. All the water's all over the place, the water's just going. I don't know, I guess we can afford it. I can't, because, when I got my water bill today and it was $70 extra, I almost had a breakdown. I can't afford all that extra stuff. Now, and also, the people are calling me complaining about the high grass in the bushes, because they can't get out of the streets, because nobody's sticking the door knockers on that used to be to tell you to cut your grass, to tell you to get rid of the weeds and stuff. And another person told me this is the first time ever she's had dog poop in her yard, okay? She lives down there by the Beatrice Parkway, that section over that way. But she said this is the first time, and she lived there 40 years. And she said these problems are coming about. And what happens is, what I like the most is that if you notice in other towns and other places, they have their human relations commission together. See, if we had ours together and was able to have a quorum, we'd be able to send a message out for Israel and other things that happen throughout the state. We'd be able to do more things, all right? But no, we're not interested in getting a quorum. We're not interested, because what I do like and what is about the Human Relations Commission is that you get people from every ethnic group. It's not just one group of people that are in charge of all culture, because you can't be. Nobody can. You cannot be that way at all. So, and I'm thinking that way, and I'm always thinking about Hispanic Heritage Month, because me being from the school system, and some of your nurses know, when you do decorate the children's areas and stuff, that's the first thing you would have did last month. You would have put up stuff for the Hispanic Heritage Month. This month you put up stuff for Hindu Heritage Month. Then, as each month went by, you have a designated thing to do. And that's why I keep screaming over and over again about this whole Human Relations Committee. It's in the code. I don't understand what's happening from it. And then, here's some good highlight, though. I went to, I think it's Cab Home, that's how you say it? That we went to on Saturday, the place we went with the girl. Well, it's KABHOOM, all right, because I don't want to say it wrong. And this is a girls' powered movement that seeks to inspire empowered girls to pursue careers in STEM. Now, that was a highlight. I thought that was great that we're more and more empowering more girls to get more involved in STEM. Now, that's a plus, so, girl power. Thank you.
Or Patil, my apologies.
Thank you, Council President. Let me clear, first of all, apologies. You all have to wait, but unfortunately, I'm the last person, because I'll be introducing one resolution and one ordinance. So please bear with me. But just to clear the air, I have some follow-up item. I'm going to quickly run through those. Through Council President, those questions are to our administrator. You don't need to answer right away, looking at the time. If you can please note down those, and you can either answer by email or provide the information until the next council meeting. The number one, Oak Tree Road, Baltic Avenue. This is something very disappointing. The county was there paving the road. I felt the 100-foot road could have been paved. I know you want to put that on this year's list. We are trying to see that. But this could have been done while they were there. But again, that's one item. Second thing is now the Oak Tree Road is a newly paved road. If you look at, people are really driving at 50, 60 miles an hour. There is a hardly speed limit signs on both the sides. So if you can please call county and make sure we are complying with the speed limit signs. Kilmer Road, it's paved road, no striping. People don't know left, right. It's plain open road. If you can please do that quickly. Hana Road, I will not spend time. You know, we have the residents, you will hear from them. Again, I'm disappointed. The water is still flowing. Something needs to be worked out here with the resident and the administration. The big ticket item here is, last time we heard, the fire hydrants, especially where the Edison water utilities serve, whether those are condos, townhouses, single-family houses. Looks like we did not pay attention. So if we can pull the inventory of all the fire hydrants and make sure we are in compliant, those are working across the board, entire south end of the town. The Rahaway Inman Street signal, I know Deputy Chief, we spoke. As far as my memory goes back to 2018, this was approved, but please try to find, this was a county funded signal. If you can please pull the record and try to see if we can speed up that. We are spending millions of dollars. You know, we have $20 million bond coming next council meeting. I would highly encourage this administration to look at the solar-powered speed sign displays. If you go in a neighboring town, you will find on almost every signal, or every stoplight, or every yield. I don't think it costs much. It's not going to cost us millions, but it will help the traffic pattern to be improved. The completion of, I'm going to ask just the ATA of the Papiani turf field. We just approved the emergency fund last council meeting, and hopefully that project is on track and we can get that field available sometime early next month. But if you can please send me the ETA. The other question is on the Comcast. This is, people are still complaining about the Cablevision. We approved them to start rolling the fiber cables. If you can please find out how far they are done in rolling the cables and what areas. Speed hump on the Farm Haven, it's one left, it's still there. There are various parts of this town, we need to fix the bicycle paths. They are in the middle of the road, or some places, signs are misplaced. I know my council colleague is working, but please, put that in order so we avoid the accidents. And the last from my list is the tankers, the gas and the petrol and the diesel tankers on the Sayap property next to Akbar restaurant. That was brought up by my council colleague, Councilman Free Shipment, multiple times. I brought that couple of times. So if we can send our enforcement there to see why the trucks are still parked.
Can you repeat the street, please?
It's Akbar restaurant, yeah. Now coming back to the two line items. Council President, this body has adopted multiple resolutions, whether we like it or not, just to show or just to give the moral support, whether it's an essential worker or it's environment related. So this is not an unique. The resolution to support nurses is not a unique. This body has adopted multiple resolutions in the past. Yes, can we make the difference? Probably not in the contract negotiation, but at least we stand together with the essential worker. That message has to go across. It's very important. And that's why, I'll be moving this resolution in support of fair contract for United Steelworkers Local 4-200. I'll need a second.
I second it.
So a motion by Councilman Patil, seconded by Councilwoman Ship Freeman. Based on the comments made before, there will not be any further
Understood.
conversation, rebuttal, debate in regards to it. So in that regards, then, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
So this, let me just understand this resolution of support for the nurses, you're voting to add to the
Would it,
agenda?
Yes,
Yes.
it's to add the agenda, correct.
would it be,
Very clear for the record that the motion is to add to the agenda.
let's,
If you want, I can give the copy.
no, I understand. I want to make sure all council members have a copy of the resolution. Actually,
Sorry, here it is.
thank you.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
No.
Councilmember Patel.
No.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes, not connected to board members.
Council President Pointer.
Noted introduction.
So the motion has failed.
So that motion has therefore failed.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Just to let the public know, the motion failed to put that on the agenda. Moving on to the next, the public advocate. I think, we have many people here in the audience and they know what has happened in last 10, 12 years. I think this ordinance, we wouldn't be discussing here if there was no Amazon issue, noise issue, or the Top Golf. I was part of the subcommittee of that. We had issues there. Wawa on Old Post Road, right in the residential neighborhood. The FedEx right on the Talmadge, again, surrounded by the neighborhood. Plainfield Shelton Road, Wawa project. Lidl, they tried. There is another warehouse coming on that intersection. Probably that's the most dense population, and the result will be the traffic. The other one is the Durham Avenue residential neighborhood, and there is another one in Bohan Town residential neighborhood. So we have multiple projects. Either they were approved that impacted the quality of life of the residents. And this body, even though we say that, yes, the law works, we appoint the zoning board members, but I can tell you that I have watched several zoning board meetings, and either the voice of the resident was choked, they were not allowed to talk, they were not allowed to engage, the meetings were postponed when they see 200 people in the audience. Hey, meeting moved until you see 5 people in the audience and it got passed. So I don't see there is a help to the residents. There is no full-blown transparency. The other big item here is, we are constantly talking about the live streaming of the planning board meetings are happening, but the zoning board, where are our meeting minutes? I've said this on this dais multiple times. What is there to hide? Why can't we live stream you on the TRC meeting? What is there to hide? Let people watch so that they can come to the zoning board meeting and ask the question. Not happening. What's happening in last 3 or 4 years is, and as a council people, we cannot take the position because then if it is appealed, we are disqualified or we are challenged not to vote. So we are in catch-22. We have only the option is now to empower residents. That's only the thing that this council can do. Empower the residents so that there is a public advocate who can represent the residents of this town, who will be able to hire the experts. Right now, what's happening? Residents are coming, they are not the experts. They don't know light, sound, limited knowledge of engineering, limited knowledge of traffic. Where is the representation? I understand there is a body that's there to take care of that. But for the fact that all the zoning board members are not even trained to understand the laws, so their voting is also questionable. How this is fair to the taxpayers? And again, this is the taxpayers' money will be used to defend the taxpayer. So this is not something public advocate, this ordinance is not asking money from the council's pocket. or from mayor's pocket, it is the taxpayers' money will be allocated to defend their quality of life. Coming back to the multiple points, Council President, that you raised about the deficiencies in ordinance. We have probably several hundred ordinances. I will challenge this body to understand even 5% of those ordinances are even followed or they are enforced. Let this be one ordinance and let's see, let's get it started. My humble ask is there, no ordinance will be perfect there. Their picture perfect will never be there. And we can keep talking about adding this, adding that, but we have to start somewhere. And in fact, the subcommittee, we were willing to accept the compromise version. But here it what? We are discussing this public advocate ordinance for last 3-4 months. We had several meetings. We compared the ordinances from dozen towns. This subcommittee, that includes, we have an audience, we have done a wonderful job. In fact, I went to the extent asking them to collect the data to show that, this is really going to be helpful. And they did. There were requests to even the TRC, the zoning board, to understand how many cases. So the goal here is not to overpower the zoning board or the planning board. The goal here is very simple. Let's understand the problems on the ground. Can we provide the help to the residents? Again, we are not talking about millions of dollars spending here. This could be case to case. In fact, the ordinance that is currently on dais is more watered down. In fact, we had the ordinance which was 2-3 pages, which had all the criteria that you're talking about. But again, those could be, if they come on the dais, someone might say, I don't agree with 500 feet, why not 700 feet? So we said, just eliminate those. And as I said, there will be never picture perfect. We can always amend the ordinance. We are in the month of October. It's going to be November, December. I don't think, unless there is any heavyweight party coming on the zoning board, but we can always go back to another couple of meetings and amend the ordinance, where I think this subcommittee is open to accept any comment this council would like to provide. The other point is this ordinance is not the first time this council is seeing. I think, Council President, you might have received this ordinance sometime in September, and there are discussions happening since last 4 months. If really there is a will, we would have provided the feedback ahead of a time to the subcommittee, and we could have streamlined or we could have included those line items in the ordinance. So with that, it's my humble request, this council to support, with at least get something started. And with this statement, I'm moving the motion to add this ordinance on the agenda.
And second it.
In,
Second.
There's a motion.
okay.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, because I have to ask this. Does anyone have a copy of what is being voted on?
Yes, actually, the clerk has forwarded the copy to the council members.
Is there a
Which version?
printed draft?
Is there any, I have not seen.
I don't have a printed copy either.
I think, for the attorney, your law firm already has the copy, not once, probably 10 times you should have received it, but it's not on the record, it's with the clerk.
There are 2 copies that have been floating around. There's one that was the original, and there's one that was revised by my law firm.
That's not we are putting the original one.
Yeah,
The original?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
yes.
As a point of clarification, I just want to make sure, because my understanding is that any ordinance that is introduced has to be presented in writing.
That's correct.
I think this was the copy of sent to the clerk to request to add this on agenda. And again, I would differ with again, following the parliamentary process, last 8 years, I have seen resolution or ordinance getting added to the agenda from the floor without even notification.
Madam Clerk, have you received a copy?
We circulate it for reference as per council.
Okay, so it has.
By email.
Yes.
A
Just
draft.
for a point of reference and draft.
Okay.
Okay. In seconding? May I second? Okay.
Councilwoman Ship Freeman.
I
had
seconded. I
seconded.
seconded. Okay.
Prior, I think it's fair, because it says 2-2.11, ordinances, resolutions, and petitions. A, all ordinances must be presented in writing, and any council person may introduce any resolution or ordinance All ordinances and resolutions shall be drafted by the township attorney upon request of the council or mayor. Each ordinance shall be published by the clerk, considered and adopted by the council, and become effective according to the procedure prescribed by the charter and general law.
Council President, you may rule the motion out of order.
I think at this point in time, my understanding is we are not supposed to even debate. Yeah, we are not supposed to even debate. We already set that tone, and I would just say that,
Just for a point of clarification, this is not a debate in regards to the ordinance itself. It's in regards to the parliamentary procedure to the introduction.
Understood, Council President. Before you made the comment on that ordinance, during your time, you could have brought that up saying no one can move the ordinance on the floor. You already made a comment on that.
In regards that there is a printed copy, and how I view the township code is drafted, I'll afford, if it's okay, just if anyone wants a minute to review. I can't guarantee anyone's. All right, considering there's a motion by.
No discussion.
Yep, no discussion.
Understood. Again, speaking parliamentary procedure, there's a motion by Councilman Patil, a second by Councilwoman Schiff Freeman. This is a motion to introduce the draft ordinance onto the agenda tonight. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
No to add.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
No to add.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes to add.
Councilmember Schiff Freeman.
Yes to add.
No to introduction. So
Before yeses,
this would
so
be,
added.
so this is added onto the agenda.
Added to agenda. When we get to the regular agenda.
Before proceeding, any other discussion items?
I would like now to open the floor for, if I want to pull the,
Question, Council President. Now that it's on the agenda, we can have questions and discussion on it post.
Well, that would,
When it comes up in the voting portion.
Okay, thank you.
so at this moment, then, we are going to move on to the regular meeting. I know that there was the request in regards to moving the public portion up, so if you'd like to make a,
motion to move the oral petition and remarks.
Second.
all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So the oral petition and remarks will be moved up on the agenda to now. Just as a general request, because I know sometimes the public comment can include comments on the resolutions, I would ask that any questions on the resolutions occur at the public portion to comment on the resolutions, which happens later on. Yes, so this would be just oral petitions and remarks. I do see that there are several new attendees in the audience today, so I'm going to give a small overview about our public comment guidelines. So at this time, we will open it up for open up to the public for oral petitions and remarks. Each speaker is allotted 6 minutes with 1 3-minute rebuttal provided per meeting. A rebuttal means you are making a comment on a comment made by another speaker on a different issue from which you originally spoke on. The deputy clerk has been asked to announce when speakers have 1 minute remaining in their speaking time to assist with timing. Any questions presented are to be addressed to the council president. Council is not required to address questions. However, I will afford the opportunity to respond on questions only. For decorum purposes, I do ask to maintain to that guideline. In considering that a resident may request a comment from the council on the topic, council may respond to a request for the comment. I do ask council members to please advise which item they will be addressing prior to be given to the floor in response to a question by a member of the public. When a speaker comes up to the podium, I will request the speaker's name and address. The speaker, if for any reason feels uncomfortable providing, they can state they don't wish to present, and I will recognize the speaker. Thank you. Per our ordinance, we start from the sign-in sheet. First is Lisa Bukachevsky.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Just
Mr.
before
Council
proceeding, Mr. Bukachevsky, because she did write, if I present to you, then I'm presuming then she would have to wait until later on.
So am I next in line behind?
You are second now.
Sorry,
yeah.
we were just going to flip-flop. I'm sorry.
Testing 1 2. Can you turn it up a little bit? They can't hear.
Sir, please sit down. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear?
Can we swap out the other mic that was used during the presentation?
Can you speak? Hello?
Yeah, it works.
Okay. Okay.
Good.
Talking to the mic.
Can I do another one?
Yeah.
Can you hold the mic? Hello? Okay, that's better.
Yes, thank you.
So my name is Lisa Bukachevsky. I know you all know me. I live behind 2170, the Amazon Fulfillment Center on Route 27. I don't want to be here. I want you all to fix my problem so that I don't have to come back anymore. I was wondering why the Amazon committee didn't have anything to say, but then I heard that Mr. Brescher did add a comment in, because I know a lot happened this last 2 weeks. We had a meeting about the environmental report, and the president asked me, have you been writing down the noise lately? And I said, no, I stopped, but then I started again. And on October 2nd, the evening of October 2nd, into the morning of October 3rd, I sat there and wrote down every noise. Nobody else does that, just me. And then Amazon tells me, you have dementia. You don't hear what you're hearing. And so and how does that make you feel? We watch a video and we don't see what you're seeing, but you're supposed to be able to hear it, not see it. So anyway, in this whole conversation with the warehouse manager this week, I find out after 7 years of asking, who gave Amazon permission when the noise ordinance says they can't work after 10 o'clock and before 7 a.m. Monday through Friday? Who gave them permission to do this? No, Mayor Lanke. But she has no documentation to show me that this is the truth. So I submitted an Oprah today. So if anybody knows or can find for me, because we've been suffering for 7 years because of a decision made by Mayor Lanke. Anyway, so these are the latest noises that we hear. Trailers dragging on the concrete. The hostlers that move the trailers, that they tell me there's no solution to. They went to the facility in Carteret, and Carteret wasn't able to use electric hostlers, especially in the winter, so there's no solution to this problem. And Republic Trucking that comes to pick up the corrugated boxes. Part of business, have to deal with it, have to live with it. I've also wondered why now we were told that the truck bays are on the residential side of the building, when there's also truck bays on the other side. Mayor Lanke told them it would look better. So tell me about the mobile site where all of those trucks sit on Route 27. Does that look good? No. 10 families have moved since they put up that 20-foot wall. And I went around and I talked to about 20 families before I came to this meeting. And more people are intending on moving. But how do you sell your house and in good conscience tell these people, there's no noise, your house is not going to shake? What else? So far, I've been able to get Mark Tarasevitz from the health department to issue 7 tickets in the last 3 years. That's it. For all the noise that occurs, he's only able to do 7 tickets. And they go from about $250 to $500 a ticket. I was able to meet the attorney that represents Amazon at the last meeting that we had, at the last time we were in court. I said to him, can I share with you the noise that we hear? He said, sure. I sent him the entire list. He didn't call me back, but he did call Amazon back. And I know this because they told me. Who else? I also got some other help from another person that works for the town. Here, call this person in Amazon. I'm like, why am I calling them? This is not my job. Oh, by the way, I'm the original public advocate. And if you could pay me for every minute, every time that I've spent over the last 7 years, you owe me thousands of dollars. Anyway, they gave me the name of a guy at Amazon. I called him. I wrote him the same list. He called Amazon. He called the manager at Amazon. Not calling me back to hear from me directly. So I need you to do something. I need you to talk to Amazon. It's not my job. And I don't want it to be my job anymore.
Speaker has 1 minute left.
I'm basically done. Oh, here, well, one more thing. So, and I'm walking around, and I bet you wonder, how come nobody else comes here? Why is it just me? And here's the comment that they gave me. It is what it is. Seriously? It is what it is? If our whole country is run like that, that's pathetic. That's it.
Thank you. Who was ahead of time? Just I
Yes,
honestly don't recall.
she brought up about where I was talking about Amazon before, when we had with the public advocate. But all that I want to say is that we can only put the laws in place, right? We have the laws in place for Amazon. It is clear that the administration can enforce the laws because they did 7 times as per our resident. Our resident has pointed out that it was 7 times. And I'd like to point out to our attorney, with the prior administration, first of all, when Amazon tells people that it was Lanke, right? I've been in business for 30 years. It's always the guy that was here. It's always his fault. So that's BS. Anybody that's over 40 knows that. But the administration should be enforcing our noise ordinance every day, 3 times, 4 times a day. So it is not this body. We created the laws. It's the administration that refuses to administer the laws. And the last attorney, Council President, before you were on this body, right? That attorney took people to court where our mayor got behind me to support the residents on that. And Joe Coyle did also. So here you have me and Coyle still here, and that other council colleague is now mayor, and he allows the businesses to run over the Edison residents. Yet he goes on there talking about Quick Check. You know what I mean? So I want to make the public aware, it is not this body, it is the mayor that is responsible to enforce our laws, and he is not enforcing our laws. Each and every one of you are going to come up here, and it's going to be the same story over and over. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other responses to the question? And can you just identify the question, because I missed. on my
Just
end.
wanted to follow up on how we are monitoring. Okay.
Sure.
Sonia, can we have a remote monitoring device to check if it goes above a certain threshold and do citation based on those monitoring? I don't think it's fair to the residents that they have to record every single thing, and their testimony would not really count in court.
You're referring to a decibel reader.
Yeah.
So typically that would be in the health department's jurisdiction, so I can certainly follow up with regard to what it is that's being captured, as well as the police department. So I will check back with the police tomorrow as far as the timing, and I would like to actually get the reports of when the noise is being done so that we could obviously have some enforcement in place.
Okay. And to the police department, can we do citations based on the decibel readers, or do we have to have a policeman there?
Isn't that the health department's job?
When it comes to noise readings, health department, they have the ability through using a decibel reader to then issue citations. We can give information to the health department, but they're the agency that would follow up on that.
Okay, so can we get an email as to whether or not the health department is going to do a remote decibel reading and just have anytime Amazon breaks that particular noise limit? And
Just for clarification purposes, you're referring to remote.
Remote.
When you say remote,
meaning there shouldn't be a person, and there should just have a
There-
device
right,
that
there-
will automatically give us the data that we need.
we have trained staff, that's what you're referring to. So that in the event that there is a noise violation, they should call the police. We have our
No, I understand that, but my issue with the trained staff is the trained staff has to get there, record it. What I'm looking for is essentially like a red light camera that will be stationed there, that would, anytime Amazon goes over a certain decibel, we would get an alert saying, hey, they went over a certain decibel, they should not go do that, and we can issue a citation. Would that be possible?
I'd have to look into that to see if there's something that could be, essentially, you're looking for a fixed decibel reader.
Decibel reader.
Thank you, Councilman Patel. Councilman Patil, and if you can.
But
again,
isn't that enforced by the health department, though? Wouldn't that be enforced by the health department? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I knew that.
If you can just mention which question you're addressing, just for.
This one will be the complaint, because I'm part of the subcommittee. I do receive everyday emails, so I would just want to respond on that. Council President, I think I understand the frustration of the resident. We do get email almost every day, and I understand what the family is going through, what the neighborhood is going through. Amazon is so powerful, I don't think they care about your citation. Let me put this black and white. If you give them a citation, $200 is nothing for them. You go there, you spend your time, go to the court. Only the option is there, we as a resident can rally, pull them in a court the way we did the other company which was in the Clara Barton area, and fight through the case. That's only the way to do it. We can come here, we can keep talking. It's only the litigation, direct litigation, and pulling Amazon in the court, going in the social media, going in the newspaper, how Amazon badly treating the residents, they will come and fix the problem. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Toyle? if there's-
I'm definitely aware of several times, and to hear you list up here and the pain you have in your voice, you're tired, and I agree. I know you're aware of what we've done already. I mean, we forced Amazon to put up the $4 million wall. I've personally been there 3 times, and my argument always has been the switcher and the person moving the trucks around and how they handle themselves with moving things around, dropping things, picking things up. I'm also been made aware that the other part, even if the switcher can conduct himself in a better way, we have operators outside the area that come in and they drop their trailers. So I would believe that 70% of the problem is the outside operators. So I would hope that, and I'd have to go through planning, I don't know what forceful opportunities we can do, but if they can come to the front and switch that around, I don't know if it's an operational opportunity or not, but I would certainly support that. Or if they can drop their trucks out front and move them to the back with the switcher who's an who's operated by Amazon. So it seems like we're at the same tailwind. I was listening to my council colleague, and he wants to put a monitor in your backyard. I would hope that we can do something. We spend money on things up to a certain scope. I would think that we can get a monitor with the remote Wi-Fi that we can at least know what's going on for 30 days. But what I can tell you is whether it'll be enforceable, because no one's there to witness it. But we at least would have some chronological data of how loud it is in your backyard. So I'm in support of that. I apologize. This continues to happen. I know we're meeting with him again this week. I saw your email and I discussed with the mayor. So things are happening, but is it what you want? Probably not, but I'll continue to fight the same fight, and I hopefully will make some progress again. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other pertaining to questions, specific question?
That's fine.
Thank you. Sir.
He hasn't, but it's not what
Mark Bukachevsky, 11 Outcolt Road. Council President, council members, I had a lot to say, but I've decided to change things up. I have a question. There used to be the seal of Edison Township hanging on that wall right behind the dais. Is that going to be replaced and put back? Yes. The motto on that seal says, "Let there be light." And in light of everything that has been discussed thus far up to this time in this meeting, "Let there be light" is a great motto for this town, not because of Mr. Edison, but because we talked about darkness and blackness and redactions. The more light that is shed on any subject that you as a body talk about or citizens bring to the body to discuss, the more light, the better. And that's all I wanted to say. Light is transparency. Transparency tells the citizens about honesty, integrity, and dedication of the body before them. And that's how a town moves forward in a positive direction. So let there be light. Thank you.
Names crossed off. There's Marilyn O'Connor.
Good evening. Marilyn O'Connor, 15 Outcolt.
Thank you.
I'm here to support Lisa and Mark in all the work they've done with all the Amazon complaints. A lot of us in the neighborhood have not attended meetings or spoken up because, quite honestly, after all these years, we don't have a lot of hope. But I want you to know that everything Lisa says is true. Every email she sends is absolutely true. I hear the noise all night long. It wakes us up at night. Now that the weather's nicer and the windows are open, there is no night of solid sleep. It never happens. Please pay attention to everything she says. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mike Morgan. Next up, Nancy Lip. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Nancy Lipschutz. I live at 55 Beechwood Avenue here in Edison. I am one of the registered nurses that is currently on strike at Robert Wood Johnson. I respect the idea that you don't want to do a resolution. That's perfectly fine. But with that, I need your support in two bills that have been sitting in our Assembly and in our Senate for over 20 years to guarantee every single person in the hospital to have safe staffing in the state of New Jersey. That is what I want you guys to do. I do not need your resolution to know that you are behind me. I need you to get on the phone and call our constituents, to call Craig Coughlin, to call all these people who sit there and do not do anything to support this bill, which will help every single person in our community and throughout our state. We have been told that what we are asking for is unattainable. It is attainable. They do it in California, which they have done for over 20 years. They just voted to do it in Oregon, and they just voted to do it in Pennsylvania. All we are asking for, and what we are asking the hospital for, is the same ratios that have been in our state assembly and in our Senate for the past 20 years. Nothing different. So what I am asking for from you is to call Craig Coughlin, call Governor Murphy, call all the people that you know to support Assembly Bill A4536 and the Senate Bill S304. If we had this bill passed, we would not be out for 68 days. The hospital will tell you it's about our pay. It is not about our pay. It is about patient safety. As a nurse, it is my obligation to advocate for my patients. I work in adult ICU. I have done it for 35 years. I have a very difficult time trying to dictate, to figure out where I need to go when I have 3 ICU patients. Okay? Everybody deserves dignified care. Everybody deserves to feel that they are being taken care of. You need to emotionally support not only the patient, but the family members. All right? This is it. This is about the profession of nursing. And if we can obtain these standards in New Jersey, we will start setting the precedent for the rest of the country. Instead of being behind the 8 ball, why can't we be one of the trailblazers? Thank you.
Request to the speaker, could you give those state resolutions or ordinances for?
The bill numbers?
Yes.
So the Assembly bill number is A4536, and the Senate number is S304.
304. So A4536 and S304.
Yes.
Council
Thank you very
President?
much.
Thank you.
Council President? Ma'am,
yes.
Can you expand on those as to what they will do if they do pass?
So what these bills will do if they pass is they will guarantee that nurses will start at a beginning ratio, that you will start with a minimum amount of nurses. Okay, so for instance, my unit, I should have 9 nurses. The majority of the time, I start with 7. Okay, that's in an adult ICU. The ER, the ratio would be 1 nurse to every 4 patients. It is currently 1 nurse to anywhere between 11 to 20. How in the world can anybody give quality care trying to take care of these individuals? Individuals in the hospital now are sicker than ever before. People are living longer with tons of comorbidities. Years ago, when I was a baby nurse, people would get 1, 2 medications. Now it's not uncommon where I have to give 13 medications to 1 person, okay? 13 medications times so many people. That takes a lot of time. Never mind if the person has to take 1 pill at a time. It has to be crushed. Can it be crushed? Oh no, I can't take this, I have to swallow it later. You know, you can't do that and make sure everybody else gets their medication on time. So what these bills will do is that we will start with a minimum number of nurses. And that's what we want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just Carol Tanzi.
Hi, my name is Carol Tanzi. I live at 15 Glenville Road in Edison.
Thank you.
And this whole incidence of us having to go on strike, not choosing to go on strike, we had to go on strike. Conditions became so unbearable in the hospital that it was morally reprehensible to be complicit with what was going on at the hospital. During this process, we have become painfully aware of how much the political influence has on this decision and how politically connected Robert Wood Johnson is to New Jersey. And I'm shocked when I dug further to learn how it could even infiltrate this room. Patience over profits has become very popular. Amazon profits over our residents has become very popular. We're seeing a narrative where money is making decisions that we know are not correct, and they're not good for our community. When we talk about respect and dignity, we mean for everyone, for the people who are doing the work and for the people who are receiving it. My patients expect a certain level of care. Thoughts, prayers, that's useless to me. Thoughts and prayers are when you don't really want to do anything. To me, we need action. We have reached out to Governor Murphy, strangely silent, strangely absent. When you look at the political structure at Robert Wood, it's not a mystery. Governor Murphy had appointed Mark Mannigan as our COO. Now we also see Mark Mannigan sits on the board of governor at Rutgers. When you start going down and seeing who's sitting next to who on each of these boards, I also noticed similar names in Edison's billings, Middlesex County's political billings. And it's really disheartening that my representative Karabinchak, I can't get a meeting with. My representative Coughlin, I can't get a meeting with. These people are avoiding us because they don't want to do what is right, because something, money perhaps, is preventing them from making the decision that we know is morally right. It's not okay for a CEO to make $20+ million and tell me we don't have enough money to staff properly. That's ridiculous, but yet it's widely accepted. So I'm not asking for your thoughts and prayers. I'm not asking for your resolution. I'm asking for you to be on the right side of this, because it is about right and wrong. Robert Wood Johnson wants to put the narrative out that we're overpaid. I'll take any one of their contracts over my contract. I would not be on strike if I had one of their contracts. And in an age where people are not willing to call out the truth, I no longer will live like that. I understand how these politics work now. My eyes are open, and I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted. That same mayor, I'm getting my pen. That same mayor who was sitting on the council looked me in the eyes when my house flooded for the second time and said in this very chamber, we can't allow Miss Tansey to go on like this without helping her. Tick tock, tick tock. He wouldn't take a meeting with me either. I'm telling you right now, tides are changing. And now that we're aware, we're motivated, we're educated, and we vote. So this chamber and all the ones above it should be on notice, because we are no longer willing to take the scraps while you feed your special interests. It's not going to happen anymore. And I have one more thing to say. Anytime a patient needs a nurse, we're on strike 68 days. I've never made a patient wait 68 days for anything, especially for something that's right. I never gave them my thoughts and prayers when they ask me for something. Every ask I get, I follow up with an action, no matter what it is. That's moral integrity. That's doing what you're supposed to do, because that's the job you were charged with and you accepted. To stand up to people that you know have influence because it's the right thing to do, not because you're scared that you're going to miss a favor. I understand what's going on in Middlesex County. I understand what's going on in New Jersey, and I don't like it, and neither do the rest of the citizens. And from now on, just beware. Beware that you are saying what you mean and meaning what you say and doing what you say you're going to do, because we're watching and we're keeping notes. I want to tell you that legislation should matter, and for a bill to be on a desk for 20 years and stalled because of political interests is disgusting, especially a bill that would enable nurses to take care of patients properly, which means for patients to be taken care of properly. My workload is a patient's care condition, and that should resonate with every single one of you. This does have an impact on you. And you are responsible for standing up for this. This is not a union issue. This is a human dignity issue. And I implore you all to think about that.
Next on the list is, I apologize, the last two letters are a little scribbled. Kathy Sarton? Kathy Sartor. Next, Mary Beth L. Or possibly we.
Mary Beth? Is there Mary Beth here?
Mary Beth. I apologize. Looks like Sebastian. I don't see Sebastian Lewandowski.
You waited so long. Go ahead, talk.
My mom is.
I don't want to be the guy, but just from a procedural standpoint,
Mama,
First
is it
Amendment,
our
name and
nurse?
address, you're recognized.
His
Thank
name
you.
what's your name?
Sebastian Lewandowski.
Uh-huh. And we live in Talmadge Village.
Thomas Village.
So what you have to say?
My mom is.
And you're a nurse.
A nurse. You're a nurse.
And stay staffing.
Says staffing, says lies.
Thank you.
I'm next on the list.
Lindsay?
Yeah. My
Thank
name is
you.
Lindsay DeCastro. I'm his mom. I came from New York 6 years ago. He was 6 months old when I moved to Edison. And I thought I was doing the best decision by coming to Edison. And I thought we were finding a home here. So I started working at Robert Woods in January. I came there, and I also felt at home because my colleagues and my coworkers made me feel at home. But once I got off orientation, the real truth set in, that I am having 7, 8, 9, 10 to whatever patients that we get at in the ER. And it's not fair. I just listened to Richard Brochner talk about the dogs at the shelter and how they're being treated. But how am I being treated? I come into work, I work 11 to 11. If I don't eat breakfast, that's it. I work 12 hours. I don't sit. I don't eat. I don't drink. Because why? Because I know if I take a break, someone who's calling for pain medicine is not going to get it on time. Someone who's really sick is not going to get it on time. In the ED, we also treat people that come in with a lot of traumas. They have to get blood. That requires 2 nurses. Sometimes we have to find a colleague, pull them from somewhere else. That means someone is not getting what they needed because 2 nurses have to sign off on that blood. It's not fair. And like the first speaker said, we're being told it is what it is. It can't be what it is. My mother was a nurse and she went through this, and I'm pretty sure not just us as nurses at Robert Wood, but it's happening in JFK as well. Let's see what happens when their contract is up and what they're going to do. And I'm pretty sure when Cooperman's contract is up, because nurses are not going to take it sitting down. I'm very happy that you were going around during COVID and making sure we had masks. But before we had masks, we have other needs too. And nobody talks about those needs. And it's not fair that I can go home after working and I don't have time to spend with my kids. I'm tired, I'm overworked, I'm stressed. That's not fair. And I won't take it is what it is anymore. Because at the end of the day, there's only so much of me and there's so much of you guys. One day, everyone will be in the hospital and you will all need nurses. And if I leave the bedside, who's gonna take care of you? Who's gonna sacrifice their lunch? Because all those traveler nurses there, I guarantee you, they take their lunches. They're not gonna take 8, 9, 10, 20 patients in the ED. They told them that so. And they're paying them twice as much as they're paying me. I came from New York City. I left a job that was paying me $15 more than I'm getting paid at Robert Wood. It's not about the money. Because the day that I graduated from nursing school, I realized nursing is a calling for me. It's what I was meant to do. But if you keep treating me like this, I'll go work at McDonald's. New Jersey pays nurses $39 an hour. When I left school, when I graduated in 2010, and I started working in the hospitals in New York, they started me at 54. That's what I'm making now. It's not about the money. Like she said, it's a moral thing. People are dying, and there's people that need to take care of them. If I call out sick, I'm penalized. Why? So please, reconsider. I understand your resolutions and might not do anything, but you can call Governor Murphy. He won't take my calls. So call him. Call Coughlin, call Madigan, call them and ask them, why are those nurses out there for 68 days, 69 days, and he didn't even come to see what was going on. Nobody calls. TV doesn't come. It's not fair, and I'm tired, and I'm not doing this anymore. It can't be, it is what it is. I'm not taking that as an answer.
Council President? Only because she, talked to me about making the call.
Yeah. I had asked in regards to a specific question, but
Yeah, she asked if I'd make a call to the governor and to Coughlin.
if I misunderstood, then yes.
I'd like to, just let you all know, and hearing some of the things, maybe myself and my experiences are different than my colleagues. Many people don't know, but when I did get COVID, I had issues afterwards, breathing issues that led to pneumonia and led to me being in the hospital. So maybe that's why I just have more of an affection, empathy towards what you guys go through, because you guys were there for me, and I'm here for you, and I promise you I will contact the governor, I will contact our assembly, and our assembly is for you. And it's because you had my back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Amanda Leader.
Hi, good evening. My name is Amanda Legere. I am currently a resident of Piscataway, New Jersey, and I am also one of the 1,700 nurses who are on strike at Robert Wood Johnson. What they never taught me in school is how much of our healthcare system is reactive rather than proactive. How much of it is focused on the hospital, not on primary care, treating a disease rather than preventing it. This strike is a reaction of what our health system has caused. It's been what my coworkers who have been at this hospital and part of this profession for 10 plus years. I am going to be a nurse for 3 years now. I graduated in COVID, and I am now trying to be proactive, because when my coworkers retire or when they can no longer take it anymore, I'm the one who's going to be taking up the mantle right now. So I am fighting for the future of my profession, and I'm fighting for the future of the patients I'm going to be taking care of right now. You all said thank you to the young girl who, dedicated so much of her time to this community. She's part of my generation too. She's fighting for a better future, so fight for us too as well. And by that, please, I do ask you to support the Assembly bills and the Senate bills. Please call our state representatives, and also please make the public of Edison aware that our hospital is on strike. Allow them to be proactive in their health as well. Let them know that this hospital is on strike, that the excellence that Robert Wood is known for, we cannot guarantee that right now because the nurses that help create that excellence are outside right now. Let them know that the health care that they may be choosing to receive at Robert Wood, it may have implications that they don't understand. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Arvind Patel. Arvind?
Arvind.
Yes.
My name is Arvind Patel, and I think Councilman Patil knows me really well. I'm just elected in Ward 15 as a council committee member, and I'm really proud to be here today.
Just for record purpose, Edison.
Okay. Okay, I like to follow up on Amazon, that's the main thing, because Amazon is falling within the jurisdiction of my ward. And you guys know we had a virtual meeting about 2 weeks ago. We talked about the procedures, OSHA requirement. I sent OSHA regulations requiring the noise level 85 dBA. I'm in this profession for about 30 years anyway. You guys know about that. Now, what I'm trying to say is this problem has to be solved. I'm living in the same neighborhood for 33 years. And I don't want to go back like some residents say that, why this approval, Amazon was given the permission, FedEx was given the permission. Traffic in our area is nightmare to begin with, okay? When it comes to noise, first of all, I like to bring to the attention that there is no set regulation in township. That's how I feel, unless, there is something. There has to be a set ordinance. Even a homeowner in Edison is required to pull a permit before they build even fencing around their house. And for a facility like Amazon, FedEx, they don't have any set regulation. I'm coming to this point because they should be required to submit health and safety plan, maintaining the health and safety of the people in terms of noise, in terms of vibration, in terms of traffic also. There has to be a set regulation. They should be required to hire a consultant, okay? There are a lot of environmental consultants in this industry, including me. I'm in the same profession also. When it comes to Amazon, I'll be brief. I can talk about maybe 10 hours, okay, regarding this issue. But in this case, to come to a specific solution, Amazon should be required to hire a consultant, submit this plan, health and safety plan, requiring this noise mitigation, vibration mitigation, as well as same time the traffic maintenance. And in case of noise, I have multiple complaints. And I'm representing this, our area, especially our residents. And I'm required to listen to them before anyone, before councilman or even the mayor. In this case, the noise mitigation devices could be installed all along this wall. I have seen this noise barrier wall. And this noise mitigation, these devices could be connected with the IT support system. Technology is so much prevalent now. And Amazon can do it, and then their server can save this data and then submit to the township. In case, they go about this 85 dBA requirement, in that case, there should be a violation automatically. And even why Edison residents should be paying for this, police enforcement over there. The company itself should be paying for all this facility. They should be required to hire a consultant. They install these monitoring devices, and they should be monitoring and submit it to the township specific officer, for a review. And it could be solved easily. This is not a rocket science to begin with. I have been doing it in New York City for 30 years, and it is working out perfectly. And the life of Edison resident is equally important as the resident in any other part of the world. And we need to do this. I'm coming to second point also. I have few issues to bring up as a profession in this construction. Second is federally mandated pedestrian ramp program. I don't see pedestrian ramps in so many intersections. The safety of pedestrian is #1 priority. When it comes to a vehicle hitting a pedestrian, it's a life-threatening. They can have, any fatality. In that case, there is a funding available from federal government. You know about that, requiring to build this pedestrian ramp as required by ADA regulation. At the same time, crosswalks, striping, everything. And entire Edison should be covered. It's regardless, is some neighborhood or other neighborhood. We can differentiate that. And I'm bringing to another third point, which is drainage issue. All along, I don't see curbing, at a lot of places. That contributes poor drainage along the curb line and, a lot of flooding. And I have seen accident taking place because of icing condition due to stagnant water condition. We need to address that issue also. I'm coming to fourth one. I have seen multiple accidents at Sturgis Road and Route 27, where I live right now for 33 years, and I have run multiple times when I hear the noise that there is an accident, and I have seen people dying over there. Why we cannot redesign that intersection? Even I have suggestion as an engineer in this field. It's a so simple solution, and why we cannot address this issue? We need to come up with a specific design. There are so many other intersections, but this is a priority. Even my nephew almost lost a life. He survived after 2 years of therapy, and we don't want to see accidents anymore. And there are so many other issues. I don't want to take so much time because I need at least maybe 2 hours to bring up so many other engineering issues. But I wish I have the opportunity to say this, and we will discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't hear any questions, so I just want to make sure. All right. And Joel Bassoff.
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane, Edison. Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane, Edison.
Thank you.
First, I want to express extreme gratitude to the leaders of this town and community that showed up at the Jewish Community Center last night to show support for a community that suffered a huge trauma and to show unity in the face of evil and savagery, and to stand up for good and for humanity. So gratitude to Councilwoman Harris and Chip Freeman, to Councilman Patil, Brescher, and Patel. In addition, County Commissioner Tamaro was there, Assemblyman Karabinchak, Senator Deigman, Fire Chief Toth. It seems like almost the entire police department. So we felt very safe, protected, and secure, and the community does not take that for granted. And also, Mayor Joshi's words were very resolute and reassuring, and we really appreciate him speaking at that gathering. Now, I'd also like to express extreme gratitude to the council for voting to put a public advocate ordinance on the agenda for this regular session. I want to read the words of the New Jersey Supreme Court that make it clear that not only is a public advocate perfectly legal, but it's actually desirable. The Supreme Court in Parazewski said, with regard to hearings before a zoning board or a planning board, quote, "There is no question that these hearings and proofs presented are critical stages in the application process affecting the land use scheme of the entire municipality. The record created at this time is created at this time and may not be amplified throughout the appellate process at council or in court. This makes it absolutely necessary that interested parties become involved at the earliest stage of the application process and possess the requisite skill and financial support to adequately protect their interests. This function may well be served by the municipal public advocate." So in other words, the court is saying that the public has only one chance to get it right. And then the court went on to point out, most people in a community do not have the knowledge or the resources to prepare an adequate record to challenge a major development. So the Supreme Court of this state is acknowledging that members of the public can't do it on their own. We need help. The Supreme Court of this state said that a public advocate is the appropriate way to do that. That's the highest court in this state. That's the law as it stands. It cannot be overturned. So if there's any question as to whether a public advocate is legal or if the courts find it desirable, absolutely it's legal and it's desirable. In terms of the specifics of the ordinance that this council will be considering on first reading later, a committee worked for months to get it right. We were concerned about the cost of a public advocate, so we put in criteria that would not trigger the use of a public advocate in cases that did not involve the general public interest. Other municipalities do it differently. If they want their public advocate to spend too much of the public's money, that's for them. I'd also like to point out that the criteria that this ordinance uses is exactly the same criteria that the township attorney provided back to the council when there were questions as to how the ordinance should be worded. And members of the committee, Mr. Fagan in particular, did a detailed, granular statistical analysis of what other criteria would produce, and it would trigger a public advocate more than we would want it to. So the ordinance as it's drafted is effective and, most importantly, cost effective. And in terms of cost effectiveness, if an adequate record is not made before the zoning board or the planning board, then even if those boards reject the application, the developer will exploit the fact that the public's interest was not adequately represented by cross-examination by an attorney or by professional witnesses. That developer will appeal it to Superior Court, and the zoning board or the planning board will have to defend against that appeal, and that's going to cost the township money anyway. So by spending the money on a public advocate and on professional witnesses at the outset, this township is likely not only to save a substantial amount of taxpayers' money if it fends off an appeal, but we will fend off the development that will harm the safety, the property values, the health, and the quality of life of the residents of this town. And finally, I heard some very eloquent and persuasive insights as to the political influence that exists in this county and in this state. And the fact is, developers do not want a public advocate ordinance. And the reason for that is that developers want to be able to exploit residents who cannot afford to defend their own property interests. That's not in the public interest, and that should not influence this council. Thank you.
Speaker's time is elapsed. Thank you. We are off the list. Yes. Oh, sorry, I pointed to Mr. Carr.
Don Tarr, 52 Reeder Road, Edison, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Let me begin by saying that I was a union rep for the New Jersey Education Association for nearly 30 years. So I'm speaking in behalf of my union friends from the Nurses Union. I understand that the council doesn't wish to take a position on collective bargaining. And I understand why, because you believe that any other union that would come before you would create some sort of a conflict. So if the teachers came before you from Edison, that would be a conflict, or police and fire. But you can take a position on legislation. It is not illegal for you to do that. As a field rep for the NJEA, I remember going back to 1978 when the Ridgefield Park decision came about, and it eliminated the possibility of bargaining class size, the number of students that you would have per class. A very similar issue to nurses and the number of patients they would see at a particular time. Management is telling you that, well, they can't do that. They can't set those limits. That won't work. Well, for teachers, it was illegal because they are a public sector union. This nurses group is a private sector union, and they can legally bargain that. And you legally can take a position supporting A4536 and S304. So I'm recommending to this committee, since so many of you have indicated that you love our nurses, that you support our nurses, that you've been through COVID, that you back them, that you have their back, that I suggest that you do have their back, and you begin by starting a resolution this evening backing A4536 and S304, that you take a position, that you put your money where your mouth is, and that you come to the aid of these nurses, because the management on the other side doesn't care. But if you send a letter of backing to the 18th Legislative District representatives from Edison, to Senator Dagnan, to Assemblyman Karabinchik, to Assemblyman Stanley, that you are backing it, then I think that will mean something and indicate to them that you need their vote in favor of passage. Thank you.
Council President. President, I have a question.
Just, is it a response to a question
Yes.
or is it a point of clarification?
Just a response to, because we are still not at, okay, we are still in the, we have not yet entered into the work session. Its question will be to attorney, is there a possibility that we can pass the resolution, this council supporting the Assembly ordinance and the Senate ordinance? I'm just asking the question to legal attorney.
Your question is, can you do a motion?
Yes.
Yes, you can do an oral motion to request the state legislature to adopt this bill, right? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking, can this council send a letter asking our legislator of LD 18
Absolutely, you can do it by
that we support?
What you could do tonight is you could motion second, and if it's adopted,
Perfect.
my office could draft something, and we could then circulate it for review, and if it meets with your approval as a group, and we could send it on. Yes.
Perfect. And what
certainly.
point in time we can do that?
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
If you want, yeah, certainly.
Okay, I move the motion to support the Assembly legislation 4536 and Senate legislation 304. And this council, if adopts the recommendation, attorney will draft the letter and send it to our LD 18 legislator.
Second.
So there's a motion by Councilman Patil. Can I get clarification as to what the resolution that you're proposing is?
In support of these two legislations.
In support of those two specific resolutions?
The two bills, the proposed bills. Yeah.
Okay.
And sending it to LD 18 legislators.
Okay, so it's in support of those two bills. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle. Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Abstain. So the motion passes on the resolution in regards to draft a letter in regards to support of A5436 and S304.
Yeah.
Yes, well, my office will draft a letter and circulate it for approval before anything goes out, Council President.
Thank you. Apologies.
Good evening. My name is Sridhar Krishnamurthy. I am from 5001 Hannah Road, Edison, Victoria Park.
Could you speak up a little bit, sir?
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I am Sridhar Krishnamurthy, a well-known volunteer in this area. I worked with Edison Township and Police Department, Robert Dudash and other people, Health Department for so many years. And I never thought I have to really go and complain against the Edison Township itself, because this is really affecting us. This is a follow-up related to my discussion last meeting regarding the water leakage. It is still leaking. It's more than, we are going to celebrate 100 days of water leakage, thousands of gallons each day. And I wanted to offer some clarification to the BA's statement last time. I think there is a big mistake. The township is trying to equate us with the condominiums. As I told you, there is a lot of difference. These are all fee simple, almost like a single family homes. The only thing, the road is being shared by 335 families, and the other part of the road is being shared by other part of the thing is, can you hear me? Hope I'll get a discount on this timing. Yeah.
Marlena, could you, sorry, just, we good? All right, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
So some of the statements, whatever last time made by the BA is not really very correct, because the statement was, okay, township will come and fix, but we will not excavate. And also saying that private contractor should be used to excavate, that is also not correct as per the ordinance. And also, people after we left were completely shocked by her statement that all these excavators and other equipment are very expensive and it will not be used for excavation. You know, you can go and play the video yourself. So why do you buy so much high value equipment not to be used for public use? I can't believe this. And then on top of that, there are a lot of spin doctors. Our respectable chairman, Mr. Poyner, also tried his part by saying the ordinance says anything about 2 inches, you have to take care. Everybody knows all these home connections are 5/8 of an inch, and the water line connection, even as per the coding, is going to be at least 8 inches or above. So we are not concerned about the main line water pipe diameter. The ordinance is all about what connection you are getting at your home. So this 5/8 inch is very much below the tolerance specified by the ordinance. So even that point, whatever the spin put up is not valid at all. And I can even specify the administration code 521-5.3 like last time. And my request is we pay for the water. That includes the water line maintenance. And please don't discriminate us. We are paying the same amount like a single family home or public people living on public road. And today there was a drama enacted by the township. They sent a crew and they came, they were there for 8 minutes. They just closed the wall to see if the water leakage is due to the homeowner's pipe connection. And actually the water was continuing to leak. That means it was from the main line. And when the people asked, it is from the main line, you have to take care, they said, oh, this is private road, we cannot take care. So I don't know what is the purpose of the whole thing, because today council meeting, we are going to come and talk. They enacted a drama. And when I walked in, Ms. Harris was saying something about Watergate. My heart skipped a little bit. I thought she was talking about Edison Watergate valve leakage. So this issue has been going on, and the water is going to freeze in a couple of months, and I want some action to be taken. As a democracy, we have the right, and as a taxpayer also we have the right. As a paying customer of utilities, we have the right. We voted every one of you, and you are not only letting us down, you are not only deceived us, disappointed us, but also silencing us. And we know the council is powerful, can question the mayor and administration, create ordinances, and disqualify many unethical executive orders of the mayor. Now, when we come to you with our issues, instead of using your power given to you to resolve issues, you start crying on our own shoulders and ask us to take legal action against the administration. This is not right. So it is evident, unfortunately, the council is now a toothless tiger. Long ago, it was distinguished. Now, it is totally extinguished.
The speaker's time has elapsed.
It has lost its
Sir,
value.
your time has elapsed.
Elapsed?
Yes, you're done, sir. Your speaker's, sir?
Yeah.
Your time has elapsed.
No,
Thank
there
you.
was a disruption. So
Sir, your time has
I'll take
elapsed.
10 seconds.
Council Vice President, the speaker's time has elapsed.
Sorry, sir.
Council President, Council President.
Request. Sorry, I'm out of breath. Can I make a motion to recess for 5 minutes to situate the speaker?
Yes. Motion.
Motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Recess for 5 minutes.
Guys, push your speakers back though, because I can't mute it. So you're live, so push it back. No, I know, he tried to fix it, he had to call us, it's not. Oh, I know. I freeze all day. It is the one I want. With that first one, 74, and then I try to put down, and then keep put down even more.
Testing 1, 2. Thank you for everybody for joining. Edison TV residents, please stick with us due to sound. We are changing some things. You're watching Edison TV on YouTube. This is AJ Benz. Is it working? We're good? Yeah, I tried to test it. It's not.
I hate Dana. I hate Dana. She's been wanting to take a shower. She's been wanting to, like, she's been into the street. She goes, thank God for a 5-minute recess. I'm thankful to go shower. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, they got it. Yeah, they got it working. I know, I heard you. That's why I asked you. I heard you. What's going on right now? Yeah, I heard it was really good. I'm missing that one. It went up to 81. It was 74. There's so many bodies in here tonight. You know when you get older too, and you think
I'm with Miss Marlena right now. You want to say hello? What's so sorry? I missed you today. I was out of the office. Cheryl said you were called. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll call you tomorrow when I get in and I get settled. You were talking about the court system. I didn't look. I did see an email from her. I didn't look at it. I just came in at 4:30. So tomorrow I'll double look at it.
Check.
But tomorrow I'll look at it. And I'll give you a call to talk about it. Well, I enjoy that one. Yeah. But we're here.
Hello. Good. Hello.
People, get back to the dais.
Hey, how you doing? Is it urgent that I take my my cholesterol medicine on time? And now I'm 45 minutes late.
I mean, that's not that bad.
Cheryl,
Just make sure you take it to
Cheryl,
I took my pill when I went in the
I
office.
should have made you get mine.
I did.
All right, hang in there. All right.
Oh my goodness.
Are we good now?
Councilman Coyle?
You're good?
I couldn't hear anything.
Getting the head.
But we still, what happened?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, council chambers in session.
That sound system is not that good. It's much better now.
When it comes to public.
Check.
Okay. We finished with the, everybody else. No. What do you get?
The time is now 9:42. Try to get a motion to reconvene the meeting.
Motion to reconvene.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. The meeting is now reconvened.
Council
Just-
President, excuse me, at this same time, can we vote on to go past 10 o'clock?
Yes. Can I get a motion to allow for the meeting to extend past 10 o'clock, let's say for an hour at the moment until 11.
Motion to extend the meeting till 11.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So if we get to 11 o'clock, we'll need to motion to extend the meeting. I apologize for the abrupt departure. I know that the sound system is currently being worked on. I had brought a self-powered speaker just in case. I was hoping that I can connect the XLR right in. I was mistaken in my honest attempt, so I apologize for the mishap. Thank you for your understanding.
Council President,
Yes.
thank you for doing what you did and carrying that 80-pound speaker up the stairs.
I
You're more,
appreciate it.
that's more than, very nice of you.
I appreciate it. Sir? Yeah.
Good evening, members of council. John Shu, 219 West Shirley Avenue, Edison, New Jersey. Just like to have some news right off the press, fresh off the press. The proposed natural gas power plant for Woodbridge has been withdrawn. So that's great news. Thank you for all the people in the town that advocated here, Woodbridge and throughout Middlesex, that advocated that we do not have this power plant. I'd like to say thank you to members of the council here who passed a resolution opposing this power plant, even though it had to do with a private venture. It had to do with the health and safety of the residents of Edison, specifically in South Edison, especially the part closest to Woodbridge. I know a lot of my friends will be happy to hear about that. Anecdotally, they had children with asthma, and the doctors told them it's very likely that that was caused by the particulates from the existing power plant that was already there in that site in Caseby. This power plant would have been the 7th power plant in Middlesex County. According to the company's website, CPV, this would have powered more than 2.5 times the number of residents in the whole county of Middlesex. Okay, so we do know that the power was not going to be coming to Middlesex. For those folks concerned that we're not going to have this power plant, it's going to be outside of the county. Besides the pollution, and also in addition to that, the power plant would be in a low-income minority area in Woodbridge. So we're very happy that that this has been withdrawn. Secondly, I just would like to talk about the nurses a little bit at Robert Wood Johnson. This, to me, this really does look like a case of profits over people. And we've seen that in many instances, whether it's power plants or other issues, other development issues. I'm just going to say it. So this hospital, the board of the directors of Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital is Jack Morris, and he has nothing to do with healthcare. He's a developer, very powerful, politically connected developer in Middlesex County. He had so much power, he was able to have rezoning done in Piscataway, from farmland to light industrial, and they were able to get approval for 2 large warehouses. We always have the warehouse battle in Edison, but these two large warehouses was 200 yards from Randolphville Elementary School. So this is a very powerful, well-connected politician, insider connected with the County Democratic Party in Middlesex County. So, that background is really important as we're here to support the nurses. I'm not going to continue on the other members of the board of Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital. But this is very important that we pass this bill, A4536 and S304. just to give you a little bit of more background on these two bills. The primary sponsor of the bill is Senator Vitale from Woodbridge. He has acknowledged that this is a very important bill. Okay, so if you need to, you can talk to him about it. Okay, so it's not a frivolous thing, and it has been in the legislature for 20 years. And this bill will mandate the safe staffing levels that we have talked about extensively tonight. So in here in Edison, we are connected with our own legislature. So it's very important that we talk to our legislatures here. So I asked the residents of Edison to please call Robert Karabinchak at 732-548-1406. Ask him to co-sponsor the bill A4536. And same thing with Assemblyman Sterling Stanley, to ask him to co-sponsor A4536. His number is 732-875-3833. And also ask the office there, ask them to ask Craig Coughlin to put the bill in the Assembly for a vote this year. We'd like to ask you to call Pat Dagnan at 908-757-1677. Pat Dagnan, Senator Pat Dagnan is already a co-sponsor on the bill, so call him, thank him for that. And please ask him to push the bill for a floor vote this year in the state Senate as well to the Senate Leader Scutari. Right. Well, that's it. That's all I have to say. I'm supportive of the nurses here. I thank you for your move to support the bill and push it
Speaker's time has elapsed.
Push it for a vote in the Senate chamber. Thank you.
Yes. Lori.
Hello, my name is Lori Jordan. I live on Gulf Road. Before I came to council tonight, I was teaching an English as a second language class, and the topic I chose was civic engagement because of everything that's going on. And it just so happened I told them the story about the Charlie Brown lot and how the neighbors came together and all the things that we worked on together as unified neighbors. And I shared with them that usually I'm a kind of a quick study on things, and I found the zoning process complicated, confusing, and intimidating. We just got lucky that we had some unbelievably talented people on our team and in our neighborhood, some of whom are in this room, that and half of us were retired, so we had the time to devote to learning about municipal land use laws, to have coffee with different people, to talk to the press, and to really do the groundwork to make this a real issue. I, again, found the complex really confusing, the laws, the do's, and there were lots of don'ts. Don't call this person, you can't contact that, don't email, the must-haves, the jargon, the acronyms, the process. I thought it was very confusing, and it took me a really long time to learn from others on how to navigate this. I'm so confused why some of you would not support a public advocate when the process of zoning and planning board details can be absolutely mind-boggling. You have worked very hard as council people to be up there. You raised campaign money, you went to campaign events, you ate rubber chicken, you shook a lot of hands, you went door to door. You wanted to be in that chair. And I know that your campaign slogans were all, I want to do right for the residents of Edison. I care about Edison and I want to make it better. Edison needs improvement and I'm the person that can help that. Here we come to you and say a public advocate would help some people navigate the incredibly complex planning and zoning world. again, I just don't understand how you could possibly be against something like this. And it doesn't have to be perfect coming out of the gate. Let's try it. We're the 6th largest municipality in New Jersey out of over 500. We should be a sophisticated township, transparent, putting things online and incrementally improving access to information. There should be somebody in the homeowner's side that they can call and say, I just got this 200-foot notice in the mail. I don't know what it means. I am confused by this. And more importantly, I'm scared by this. What does this mean? They're going to build something near my house. Who can they call? Who can they call? Who can they navigate? And we know the public advocate would only be used for major things like billboards, warehouses, major overdevelopment. Not every single person is going to be picking up that phone. His or her phone is not going to be ringing off the hook. So the idea that we can't adopt this, that this idea is so complex when other townships, lesser than Edison, there I said it, why are we not stepping up to the plate on something like this? Mr. Pointer, you made a few points about why you were uncomfortable with it. I didn't hear anything that was really a deal breaker. Let's tweak it. Let's try this thing. And that fact that Mayor Joshi said that he would veto it, this was months ago. He came out of the gate saying he would veto it. I was absolutely gobsmacked that he would immediately go there. Like, why? I do not understand. And if we are talking about budgeting, that is a empty argument when we're going into holiday season and spending money on wonderful things, but something that the residents of Edison want, many of us that are not here, is being, we didn't even want to, the three of you didn't even want to put it on the agenda. So again, I'm extremely confused of why that would be. And I just want to read one quick thing. There was a warehouse issue in Mullica Hill, and that's near Trenton, that got passed, even though the whole homeowners association was against it. And it says here, the judge said the homeowners association, who showed up en masse to these zoning boards, he couldn't tell if they were actually township residents, how many there were, and whether they represented a fair cross-section of the township as opposed to just homeowners who live close to the project. So even when residents show up en masse to zoning and planning, futura, the judge is just like, I don't even care who's that. That's why a public advocate is so vitally important, and I hope those of you on the council that are on the fence, please really think about this, because it would make Edison stepping up to the plate for its residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Feroz Mohammed. I'm from 7308 Hana Road. And there are 8 houses which is directly getting impact of this water leakage from last 84 to 85 days. Before I start, I do have 4 kids. And we face a continuous problem with these water leakages every day. And we have been contacting to the home association. They told us it is the responsibility of the utility company to fix up this problem. So I just attended an open session before coming to this one. They say that it is not in their bylaws to fix this pipeline. It is the responsibility of a utility company. So recently, like 1 month back, one of the street light doesn't work I just called the PSCG. They asked me the meter number. They fix up within 3 days. We are paying the bills on time, and we are expecting, we look upon you to force this utility company to fix up the problem of the water leakage. If we don't know yet, there is a deadlock from last 84 days. Who is going to do it? But what is the problem? The community is facing it. The home association says it is not their responsibility. Edison Water Utility say it is not my responsibility. But we people are suffering. There are a lot of kids play. You come to the ground at between 4 to 7. See how many kids goes to the primary school. How many kids goes to the elementary, middle high school, and how many kids goes to the high school. A lot of suffering is going on over there. We need to resolve this deadlock. I'm here because I'm here to look upon you guys to think in a professional way. I'm a civil engineer. I do understand that any water pipeline get installed, they do have the codes to this. If I cannot dig it to fix it up, we have to contact the utility company. They know their bylaws how to fix up this pipeline. They can fix it up and they can charge it whoever is responsible later. But we are getting directly impacted. Who is going to do what? So something need to be think very sincerely and seriously that there are kids there. We are not looking, we are just thinking in that direction. It is not my responsibility, it is not his responsibility. But there are kids. We need to respect the kids they are playing. You cannot be there with the kids for continuously 3 hours from 4 to 7. The problem has been deteriorated. Let me tell you very clearly, water is flowing like a river there. It's not like just passing out. I was the first guy who reported to utility company there is a leak. They come and they say it is private road. Okay, it's a private road. For me, I look upon you guys to call them, fix them, and charge them whoever is responsible. Is it the homeowner? Is it the association? Is it the utility company? You charge us. First fix the problem. It is against the nature that so much water is flowing from last 84 to 85 days and no one is taking action. Everybody is seeing. It is against the human nature. Even we cannot throw one glass of water in waste. We need to understand that. And so much the purified potable water is flowing continuously. So I look upon you guys, people, because we selected you. And if any problem comes up, it comes to you to resolve the issue. If my kid, younger one, fall down, who is responsible? Whom I should go? I should go to the homeowner, I should go to the home association, to whom I should go? I'm bringing this problem to the table to resolve it. We need to resolve it now. It is against the nature that the river is it is against the nature that so much wastage is going on right now. We need to think in a very professional way and very ethical way. That's all. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Council President, sorry, Councilman Patil had asked, but can you just mention what the specific question is that you're...
Yeah, just specific question is, we know this situation for a long, long time. There are several emails to mayor's office. They came, they spoke. It's 10 o'clock. They're waiting. I know this morning the utility company went there. Can we get the problem fixed and then figure it out what to do? Because at least, we'll stop the waste of water because we are paying you for sewer. So the situation here is, we are in deadlock. Can we get it resolved? And that's what I said on the day one. Can we resolve the problem and then we figure it out how to go from there?
I'll afford our BA an opportunity to respond.
Sure. As I mentioned at the last meeting, these are private communities. We can certainly shut off so that there is no leaking. It is my understanding that in this instance, shutting off Hannah is not the case because it seems that it is broken. The township cannot, from a liability standpoint, go there and excavate and complete work in a private community. That is the responsibility of that HOA.
Yeah, so the question is not about the fixing the problem. The question is about the liability. Is that correct?
From any source of liability, if it's a private home, the township does not fix that.
Again, my question, Council President, bear with me. Is it a question that we can go and fix it, but we are concerned about the liability if anything happens?
I can defer to our township council for that in terms of the liability.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we'll have to take a look at it.
Okay, because we are 84 days, we need to look very quickly and resolve this. The reason I'm saying is if it's a liability, HOA do have the master policy that covers the roads and roofs and multiple things. I don't know exactly how the policy is written, but it does cover. And if that's something you need some sort of a insurance proof, I'm pretty sure we can ask HOA to provide that, and you can go and excavate and get the work done and at least stop the leakage. And then we can bring up on this council dais if we need to amend the ordinance and how to do it. In fact, I had proposed Mayor that can we do the transition plan if that's the case that Mayor would like to go with his executive order. But those discussions can happen. We already wasted 84 days of worth of water, and we're going to pay for the sewer, not the residents.
We're not going to have it back and forth. We are still in oral petitions and remarks. Sorry, Mr. Smith. We're still in oral petitions and remarks.
Council President. Council President.
Hold on. I clearly stated the guidelines at the beginning. Any responses back from the council would be in response to a question. We are now diverting into a conversation, and right now we are in the oral petitions and remarks for those that are in attendance. So please, if it's in response to a question.
Townhouse.
Council President, just going to make a brief statement.
No, if it's in regards to
I'll be 30 seconds, Council President.
Gentlemen, I do
just-
not want to find anyone out of order. I'm trying to maintain decorum. I set those guidelines very clearly at the beginning. And I would respect that those guidelines are followed.
Then
Thank
can,
you.
can we make a motion to open up discussion items and have this as a discussion? It's our second time. It's your second time here. It's not just.
Sir.
All right. I respect your position. I disagree. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Conway.
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
Thank you.
I'm just going to make a list of the things that are on my mind, and then you can do with them as you choose. Number one is Plainfield Road is a main problem. It was, I hear, due to mismanagement and delays. Well, the delays are overwhelming. It took me over 40 minutes to get here tonight. And it doesn't matter what time of day it is. I've gone to the other side of town just the other day at 1 o'clock, and it took me 45 minutes to get across town. And now we're talking about Grove Avenue and changing 4 blocks to 25 miles per hour. That's even less than a Band-Aid, to be very honest with you. Grove Avenue is 35 miles an hour. Do you really think people are, for the next 4 blocks, I gotta go 25? That is not going to make a difference on the intersection of Calvert and Grove. And anyone that has traveled on Grove Avenue will know that. So before we have another mishap on Grove Avenue, like the debacle of Plainfield Road, God knows how long that's going to take, please reconsider the agenda for 4 blocks turning into 25 miles per hour. The next item is the public advocate. Yes, we definitely need one for a town this size and for the public to have an intelligent say. For people that don't know the ins and outs, it would be such a benefit for those, because we really don't get much of a say unless we have a lot of money. And most people do not have that kind of money, so that's why Edison is going in the direction it is going. As far as the nurses are concerned, I don't think they came here to hear your resolution. I think they came here for your help. And for them to give us the numbers of the legislation for the Assembly and the Senate was the most important thing. And I think they were appealing to not only you, but to the television, to let the people know, please contact I wouldn't want to be in the hospital and needing a nurse and not having them because they have 8 others or 9 others to take care of before me. I'm not there because I have a headache. I'm there for a really surgical or accidental problem or medical emergency. So I implore you, use your power to help these nurses get what we need, not only what they need. The next thing is my monthly appeal for the Human Relations Commission. It's a commission. We still don't have a commission. And each month I look to see if another person is going to be appointed. I need your power again to see if something can be done about that. And finally, you're not going to like it, but some of you up there are rude. I'm not going to point fingers, because sometimes when somebody on this side is talking, this side is chatting. When this side is talking, somebody over here is chatting. We need to listen and show respect to one another. And I implore you, we're watching, we're listening. Show your professionalism. You may not get paid much, but show your professionalism. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Harish from 45 McKinley Street. So last meeting, we discussed about the traffic signals at various intersections in 08817 and the Grove and Calvert. So we, parents and residents, discussed and came up with a cost-effective solution, just like we did in the earlier meeting about the sidewalks. So again, I don't know if this is possible to implement or not, but just throwing out the idea. So on Route 1, we see a lot of traffic cameras. So I'm sure there is something called a speed camera also. So again, this cost-effective solution is very important for any problem. Let it be related to the schools or township, because anytime we raise an issue, the response is, oh, we don't have funding, we have to hire, or if it is a major problem, then let's issue a bond. So I don't think we need to do that for every small thing. So for these, all these junctions where the traffic signals cannot be installed, or maybe it will take like 6 months of study and another 6 months for approval and another 6 months for installation. Is it possible to enter into a public-private partnership with some private company, the same company that installed those traffic signal cameras on Route 1? We could have them, we definitely need that at these intersections, Hannah Brunswick, Ethel Brotherhood, and of course, the Grove and Calvert. So I'm thinking if it can be done by a private company, it will be faster, and the township could enter into some cost-sharing, revenue-sharing agreement for the future. It will be a source of revenue. As Mrs. Conway pointed out, just by having the 25-mile zone, no one is going to follow it. I mean, we discussed this on social media like 1-2 years back. Ajay Patil was there, Richard Brusher was there. We all agreed that unless and until there is some punishment, some consequences, it's difficult for some people to follow. So can this be done? Can this be looked into? That's my appeal. Also requesting an update about the traffic signal at Old Post and Boulevard of the Eagles and Plainfield and Woodrow Wilson Drive. I know Plainfield is most probably a county road, so it's a bit tough, but any update on that, it would be highly appreciated. Also, any traction, any movement on the earlier suggested sidewalks, which was presented in last meeting regarding making it mandatory at the time of resale for the buyer or seller to share and complete that. Thank you.
Thank you. In regards to the speed cameras, if I can get a point of clarification from our attorney, my understanding is that New Jersey outlawed the ability to issue traffic tickets by red
Correct.
light.
The speed camera, the program was not re-upped by the state legislature, and it expired. So there are no speed cameras in New Jersey.
Thank you. Pertaining to Old Post and Boulevard of Eagles, I'm unsure of an update in regards to a traffic signal. I know the primary discussion has been in regards to the crosswalk, so I can follow up, though, in that regard. Likewise with Plainfield, I believe with that being a county road, there would have to be coordination on that front. And if I can request our legal attorney to look into the sidewalk aspect from a point of sale mandatory to have sidewalks in.
Sure. Okay. Council
Any other-
President?
Yes, Councilwoman Schiff-Freeman.
With your street or plans, with that grant, wouldn't that help out with the blinking lights you talked over there at Boulevard? Because I don't know if they're gonna put a traffic light, it's so many miles, it's so many feet that they put traffic lights, but at that particular crossword, if they had blinking lights, so when people walk into that, it'll still, it'll wake them up to stop there at that place. I think you're getting a grant for Safe Streets, so that,
Are you talking in reference to the resolution that's up, or just in general, safe streets to
I'm just in general of
school?
safe streets, because that would make it safe when you put it there and you have like the crosswalk, and then you would have blinking lights going back and forth across there. So people would automatically, when they walk into the crosswalk, they would see the lights blinking. I live down the street from Metuchen, so I know how these things look. So, those blinking lights would make a difference if we use that for our part in our grant.
I know from side conversations with Councilman Patel, he's been advocating for that on the side. So if you can follow up maybe after the meeting regarding.
I can just update.
I've been saying that for years.
So there was originally when we were asking for those signals, light signals, pedestrian crosswalks, they were quoted to be really expensive. The DPW, we were able to find something much closer, 1/5 of the cost using solar panels for the crosswalk. And so I think we ordered, 6, or I don't know exactly the number, but we have ordered them, and I think we're gonna start putting them around town, at least on a trial basis, and see how they work out, and then we'll expand afterwards.
Okay, 'cause I thought we would do that with the Edison school system, because we were discussing that for the last 3 years. So I thought we would do a joint venture, because that would help us.
Well,
with
we'll
money.
take it
No,
off.
no, but we talked about it in education for 3 years now, so.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Imtiaz Siamala, Victoria Park, Hannah Road, Edison.
Thank you.
I was here on the 27th, the last meeting, and we spoke about some of the traffic issues which have been reiterated by some of my friends and neighbors earlier. The few concerns that I had raised, one was on Brotherhood and Hannah. The other one was from Ethel Road going into Talmadge. And I had requested, or rather invited all of you to come, take a drive, try to make a left turn. So first thing I want to know if anybody had an opportunity to make that left turn from Ethel onto Talmadge. Whenever I finish, maybe you can address that. The other thing I wanted to also point out is the bicycle lanes that were painted on Brotherhood, on New Brunswick. Some of them are painted right in the middle of the roadway, and there are bike paths painted on the side of the streets throughout. And I'd said that, it takes away real estate from the roadways, makes it even a more dangerous situation rather than, resolving the issue that was trying to be addressed in there. So I wanted to follow up on that if any thought was given. Somebody asked to leave my number with the clerk, which I did. I haven't heard from anybody. Nobody has called me or followed up with me in reference to that last meeting. Those were the two follow-ups that I had. The third thing I want to mention is the nurses that were here earlier. I have my unconditional support for them. I myself had a surgery in Robert Wood Johnson very recently, and these are the top professionals that can take care of a sick individual. And I would urge this council to support the bills that they're proposing. The last point I wanted to make is an important point. And as people who have been elected into office, including the mayor and the council, you have the freedom to attend events and give your opinions. You have that right, no question about it. But certain times, when you give your opinions or you give your support to events, you need to look at a broader picture. I know some of my Jewish brothers are here. My heart goes out for the attacks in Israel. And I denounce unconditionally any act of terrorism, no matter who conducts that act of terrorism, whether it is the Hamas or anybody else. And before we give these public statements, we need to look at the history. Why did this situation happen? Why is it there is a conflict in the region from many, many years? Can you imagine somebody coming into your house, breaking your house, killing your family, and building a settlement over there? What choices would you have? Would you retaliate or not? Right? So these are the kind of historic facts you need to look into before you make public statements. This is a very delicate issue. We are not going to solve sitting here in this council. And when you go out and make public addresses, yes, it's good to condemn terrorism. I am all support of condemning terrorism, but support it on both sides. There should not be a bias, right? How come we have a tunnel vision? We support one side, but not the other. The Palestinians who have been in Israel or Palestine or West Bank or Gaza, there's 6 million of them from centuries. They have no rights. But if a Jewish person from US goes into Palestine, into Israel today, next day he will be eligible to become a citizen. So there are some biases and there are some resentments because of these biases. A Palestinian will not be able to go buy a gallon of milk unless he crosses 3 checkpoints. Can you imagine doing that? Can you imagine going for a gallon of milk and being stopped at 3 checkpoints before you can go home? Can you imagine being a 16-year-old girl trying to go to school, being frisked by the security at every checkpost, appropriately or not? There is no account of all these kind of situations. As a father, I would be very upset about it. I would do whatever was in my power. Though I have not much, I would take a stone and throw it. Yes, I condemn violence is not right, but how did we come to this situation? So before you go and say, okay, I support A, B, and C, I think it's time for us to do our due diligence, do some homework, look at the history, and then come up with these kind of comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Brusher. And
Yes, it goes back to the question of what happened to his comments when he was here last week and no one got back to him.
I appreciate the clarification.
It was taken, the clerk did take note. She sent it to the BA. After that, I don't know what happened, but your complaint is the same complaint. You remember Bruce Diamond came and he complained, a 30-year resident coming to council meetings for 30 years. He no longer shows up here. We don't see him here any longer because he doesn't get calls back. But I'd ask the BA if there's a way we can get a hold of the residents when they come to the meeting, afterwards, and keep a record or a log of it. So
I'll take ownership. The clerk and deputy clerk did forward me the information. I dropped the ball.
no, but Council President, I'm looking at the email. And it says, It was sent to you, right? But your job's not to inform the residents of what it is. CC'd was our deputy chief, our BA, and yourself and the clerk. So it's the BA's job to do this, is my point. It's not your job. I know that you've stepped in quite a bit to give us, information and stuff, but again, that's outside of your jurisdiction as a councilman and as council president. I did recommend they should hire you as an administrator, though, because you do a good job there. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman in the back.
Hi, I'm Tom Kamalo. I live at 141 Grandview Avenue West.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to offer a suggestion because, like I said last week, 141 Grandview Avenue is a great place to live, but we also have issues with broken water pipes. And I believe the situation, what we do usually is we dig it up and then the water company comes in and fixes it. So maybe that could be something that I have not seen the actual site, but something that the private road water leak people could work with. The townhouse board could dig the hole, Edison Water could come and fix it, and then work out who fills the hole. And then just listen to the other gentleman's, I don't know if he's still here, but his, what he was saying about Palestine. I'm not sure what his history or his knowledge of Palestine is, but when I went to Israel with my wife, we actually stayed in the West Bank. And we met a lot of very agreeable Palestinians, but to get milk, we walked across the street from the hotel, and we stayed in a Palestinian hotel. So I don't know about the 3 checkpoints. Maybe it's the neighborhood you live in. I don't know. But I'm not particularly sure if that's the issue for every Palestinian. And that's just about what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. You know what? I go over there. Sorry, Mr. Darren.
Anthony Deameron, 25 Wiley. My phone has died, so I've been here the whole time, just letting her know. Ms. Conway took a lot of what I had to say. I agree with her. I would add a couple things. Number one, regarding the nurses, to me, it's about quality healthcare, quality, and I will take those nurses' word over any politician in Trenton, and I want to kudos to Joyce and Councilman Patil for introducing that one resolution, and a great idea that you had, Patil, just before sending the letter. Excuse me, I'm just tired right now. I will move on. I would say this. Yes, one question. Council President, do we know if the mayor has had any communication whatsoever with the new superintendent of schools? Is there a way we can find that out? I mean, I don't want to Oprah. I mean, I asked that because I see that he has, and that's an endorsed Board of Ed candidates, which is perfectly fine. I actually have no problem with that. I would just find it very, very interesting if he hasn't even had a conversation with probably the second most important job in this township, which would be the superintendent of schools. And considering that he's new, even a congratulatory phone call or an email in exchange, maybe the BA could find out for us if there's been any communications between the mayor and the superintendent.
I'm not. Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. As far as is there any credible actually, you know what? I will cross that one out. I'll save that one for next time. And Amazon, Councilman Patel, that was actually a very good suggestion you made for them. The fixed, unit, I guess, if you would, so that could record those sounds, because these residents, it needs to be resolved. They don't deserve what has been going on. I know there's been a committee, and you guys have done, a lot already, but they're here not because they want to be here. They're still having issues, and it's sad to see that. So I think that's a good suggestion, though, so they don't have to record it themselves. That's job well done. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. And pertaining to the communication, I'll ask. I'm not aware of any that has occurred.
That's fine. I just think that the two of them, the mayor and the superintendent, if he wants to dive into the endorsement of candidates, he should at least have a conversation with the new superintendent, and I think that would be not unreasonable to ask. Thank you, though, Council President.
Thank you. Yeah. Sure.
Akhtar Nasser. Excuse me. Breaking everything right now. Akhtar Nasser, Pleasant Avenue. I wasn't planning to speak much here, but during the long meeting that we've had here, I had plenty of time to write something. I wish I had a printer. That would have been useful for Joel Save the Day when we needed that printer for the public advocate thing. So I'm just appreciative that that was able to happen. But I'm just going to go ahead and read my remarks because we need to get moving on this. You guys want to get home. It's tiring. The feedback from this microphone is awful, I got to say. Okay, I feel that something needs to be done. So let me try again. I feel that there seems to be something at work against the taxpayers, or we aren't being listened to. From the redacted animal shelter document that took 3 months to the public advocate, I can't understand why it took 3 months to redact 75% of a short document. I'd love to hear the logical reason for why we allow sentient beings to suffer during that time. And what is worse, we didn't get any information out of that. I feel that Edison always has their backs up against the wall. We react versus acting. This happened with the whole Suez debacle, and we have a substandard Edison water now. I feel that we are letting that entity fail. Do we have a plan to make it better, or do we have any considerations for any replacements? I'm disgusted with the Charlie Brown townhouses saga. The public had to endure last-minute canceled meetings and rescheduled meetings at the last moment. Despite having logical arguments and valid points, the public failed to even win one vote. Miraculously, the council voted to go ahead and overturn that. I think with the amount of variances that were brought up, this whole thing should have been dead on arrival. I really think that a public advocate would have worked here. We talk about mental health, and as a town, I feel like our mental health is questionable. I feel that the council does hear us, but I question if they are really listening. For years, the people in Clara Barton have said we don't want 4-story buildings. The same message is clear at the master plan meetings where Clara Barton residents show up in droves. The zero setback that will remove our sidewalks are a problem. Without the sidewalks, you don't have a Clara Barton, you have Oak Tree Road. Now, there's nothing wrong with Oak Tree Road if you enjoy traffic or having to find parking and no social atmosphere. Clara Barton has a vibe that other places don't have because of the ability to socialize at the ice cream and coffee shop. Imagine what would happen to Clara Barton if the owner decided to build 4 stories, 3 stories, whatever it is, and you could not hang out in front of the coffee house or the ice cream shop. Gone would be the loud music and the people hanging out. Is that an improvement? I want to keep the vibe of Clara Barton. I am trying to figure out ways that we don't have 4-story buildings. When I spoke to Councilman Coyle last week, I had an epiphany that maybe Zyka could go ahead and take over the Jade Dynasty to preserve that footprint. I mean, otherwise we'd have to have such a large building as we had with the Dr. Stella building. I truly hope that this plan works. It is the only plan that I have because nobody's listening, and we do need a public advocate. The majority of the council seems to agree with that. I'm dismayed that my fellow council members from the Clara Barton area did not vote in favor for the public advocate. It is concerning. I have heard the concerns from few of you, and I feel like these concerns can be ironed out, and I hope you do. If the Clara Barton council members want to discuss this further, please do. Councilman Patil and Councilman Brescher said something inspiring at yesterday's EDO meeting. We may fight amongst ourselves in the primaries, but we do unite. Let's get on board with the other 4 council members and get this public advocate done. Let's stop dragging our feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Deb Whittle, 24 Carmelo Drive. I'm another person who didn't really expect
Could you
to
move the mic a little closer?
I'm another person
Thank
who
you.
didn't really expect to speak tonight, but I've been a resident in the dark. And my circumstances have changed, so I now have the time and ability to become more aware of things that happen in this town. And it amazes me for a town this size, the many, many problems that we have and issues that we have. And I hear many people complain about how high taxes are and school overcrowding and traffic and so many things. And I'm just overwhelmed, kind of. When I think about it. And so I hope that going forward, I'll get the light that Edison is supposed to have in my own self and maybe become more of an activist. And I agree with so many of the comments made here today. And I guess the three or a few that sort of popped out in all of these discussion is broadband. I am confused about that. I don't know why we need that. If we're bringing Comcast in here, we have Optimum. And if we're still going to have to pay a cable bill, what's the whole point of having broadband and spending these gazillions of dollars? That doesn't seem to make sense to me, but maybe I'm naive and my comments you'll all think are naive. I believe we need a public advocate. So many things happen in this town that people don't know about or can't do anything about. And I don't mean to be insulting, but many people in the council don't seem to, it doesn't appear to me that people take the Edison residents seriously, that there's an agenda. And when people come here to plead and beg for changes, not a lot gets done. And that's really frustrating. And I guess I need to really think about where my votes go seriously now. And the other thing is, the nurses. I've spent a lot of, I was a caregiver for a few years, but I spent the last year in Robert Wood Johnson. And as a caregiver, sometimes you think that when your person goes into the hospital, you get a respite, but you don't. I probably spent 12 hours a day when my husband was there, and I probably did a lot of the nursing things that the nurses didn't have time to do. And it was almost impossible to see doctors. Nurses do so much, and when you ask doctors to do things, they don't do them, they don't know how to do them, and they really don't care. And the job is on the nurses, and the nurses really fight for the people who are ill. And so it just appalls me that, we're in this situation. And I'm not one for really strikes, but I think they are right. They have a case to make. And, if you've ever been in a hospital and needed care, you would really understand the plight that they're in. And I can tell you that since COVID, I've talked to a lot of nurses, and they were forced to do things that they were never trained to do because doctors wouldn't do them. And many of the nurses don't want to be in hospitals, and they don't want to work in hospitals anymore. So the ones that are there are drained because they're there all the time, and they don't have the help. And so it's really a shame that you all don't get, with these amendments and bills and help. And I think you all need to listen to the residents of Edison. I don't know, you're supposed to be here for us, working for us. And sometimes I don't think that you do. You don't see the lack of, the safety in this town is ridiculous with traffic and everything else. And you want to put bike lanes and more housing, and you don't care about water and pollution and stuff like that, as long as, I don't know, some developer or whatever gets what he needs to get. But I really hope that you do this public advocate and that you pay more attention to the Edison residents, because otherwise I don't think you should be there. Thank you.
Thank you. First speakers, Mr. Fagan.
Nick Fagan, 42 Edgewood Road.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to thank Councilmember Brusher, Vice President Council Harris, Councilmember Patil, and Councilwoman Ship Freeman for your votes today to introduce a public advocate. It is high time for Edison to have a public advocate to represent the residents that may not be able to represent themselves when developers come and try and make our town and turn it into their own personal ATM. Not everybody is as lucky as the neighbors that I have when Charlie Brown came a-calling, when developer Mr. Markham came a-calling. We had the wherewithal and the knowledge and time, frankly, to defend ourselves and hire experts and pay for experts. Not everybody has that ability in this town, and those that don't will get trampled by these developers because they have the resources and the money, frankly, to hire an army of experts to testify. And you've heard plenty earlier about the Supreme Court and how the residents really don't matter because they don't have initials after their names. You have to have initials after your names in order for it to matter to stand at this dais in front of the zoning board or the planning board. That's how MLUL, the municipal land use law, works. And unfortunately, I don't have those initials after my name, so I have to pay somebody, I don't know, $500 an hour in order to do that for me. Whereas the developers, I call them jukebox experts, right? You put a coin in, they'll play your song, right? And so they will play the song all night long of how this development is good for Edison and it's good for traffic when it's a whole bunch of hooey. And we know it, but we don't have anybody to help us out. And so what we're asking for you, we're asking Mr. Coyle, we're asking for your vote. We're asking for a yes vote so that the residents can get defended fairly in their trial at the zoning board and the planning board. You've heard Mr. Coyle, or through the chair to Mr. Coyle, you've heard your neighbors in Clara Barton very clearly that they have land use issues. They have lots of land use issues in that section of town. And so I would just ask that you reconsider your no vote of introduction and that maybe that turns into a yes vote after we craft a bill and it gets amended and that turns into a yes vote for the Edison residents. So thank you very much. That's all I had to say. Have a good day.
Thank you. Any other first time? Yes, sir.
Hey, this is Shravan Natakala, 109 Linda Lane. This is a quick question. I'm looking for an update for the crossing guards across Edison. So I think I heard a lot of parents complaining about not enough crossing guards. Was there a plan to fix this? That's the question.
Is that all your questions, sir?
Yeah.
You're done? Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of a layered response. And I know I owed a phone call earlier this week. I apologize. If it's okay for me to respond offline in regards, just because it can be, we've been here for a while, but I offer any other council member that would like to respond to the question.
Council President, I think, if our administrator can give us a quick update, that would be helpful.
Sure. So in the last couple weeks, we hired about between 8. I just signed another 4 or 5 crossing guards hiring. So we're going to be renegotiating that contract. That's the status I can provide to you all.
Understood. My confusion, just for clarification, because I know in our conversation was about expanding the amount of posts, not necessarily filling the current posts. So that's why I mentioned that.
I wanted to ask, when the people are hired, do they receive winter coats from you? Winter coats from their whole package deal?
All of the let's call it the uniform, it's provided by the township.
Oh, so, because someone complained to me and said they don't know how much longer they'll stay because they didn't receive a coat from you guys. So I just wanted to make sure, the clarification, if they did,
They're
you know,
entitled
if
to
the
a
coat is included in their outfits, not the spring jacket, I'm talking about an actual winter coat that would protect them from the inclement weather that would be happening. Yes, no?
They're entitled to a uniform, specifically a winter coat. I can just verify that through their contract, but they do get a uniform.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Tar.
Lois Tarr, 52 Reeder Road, Edison, New Jersey. Just to clarify something, first of all, thank you very much for approving the letter to be sent to the legislators. My question is to make sure that it's going to all the legislators, including Speaker Coughlin. So will it be going to Karabanchek, Stanley, Deignan, and Coughlin?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Any rebuttals? Oh, first-time speaker?
Good evening. Oh, good evening, Edison. Ben's from Edison, New Jersey. Thank you, Council President. I haven't been here since June. On the last council meeting, I want to apologize of my behavior from June meeting. I have some updates I would like to give you. My expungement has been cleared on August 3rd, was granted by the Superior Court in New Brunswick, New Jersey. So I just want to thank the prosecutor and the courts for expunging my record. I really do appreciate it. Oh, it's a little hot in here. Haven't been here since June. I've been very busy dealing with a lot of problems. Best assure the residents here, I know some things that has been happening with my father recently. I can't discuss it right now since it's under matters I can't even discuss, but a lot of things were happening with my father and me. But besides that, I've been listening to the council meetings since July. I've been hearing bickering from Joy Shipman to Coyle. When you were speaking, he was interrupting. I also posted a video as well. You know, Joy Shipman, I really appreciate you. I want you on this ticket for this election. But right next to the ballot, it has Joe Coyle on it, and then it has you on the next one as the replacement. Like, for example, if Mr. Coyle doesn't win because of his actions and his misogynist behavior, you know, to women, it's not good. This is why I don't come over here. This is why Mr. Diamond, I heard he's not having been coming over here. Because nothing's not getting done. I feel bad for the nurses. I was in a hospital 20 days before the strike, and I heard what was going on, and I felt bad. I'm with the nurses. My aunt was a nurse for Woodbridge High School for so many years. I have history with law enforcement on my dad's side and medical on my mom's side, and we need our nurses. From JFK to Robert Wood to St. Peter's, wherever, Raritan Bay, we need them. Where were you when they were saving COVID patients when they were dying? We need them. So I want to see if they can do something about this, if they can give them a better raise, whatever they need, because they deserve. We should be thanking them over the 3 years that we're still dealing with COVID. So what else? I wish Christo was here. He cannot be here tonight. He wants me to speak on his behalf, but I guess that will be out of order if I get him on speaker.
Out of order.
That's why I'm not trying to get pulled out in this, in this place. So I could tell you this. People were asking about Christo, and I have a couple of updates, by the way. So to hold on, I'm sorry, give me 1 second. October 19th, there is a Epix file complaint against Joe Coyle and Sam Joshi. That's what I was told from Christo. It is happening, I found out. Jersey Watchers court date will be on October 20th, held.
My understanding, and sorry, please pause the speaker's time. If there's a legal matter, there's a confidentiality to which any representative that or any individual that may or may not be before the ethics board would be privy to.
You're absolutely right.
So I can't speak about that then.
They're within their legal rights to have that confidentiality.
Yes,
Okay.
until such time as there's a finding, correct.
Okay, then. All right, then I'll pass what I'll drop what I said. If you can resume my time, Miss Marlena. How many minutes do I have, Miss Marlena? 2 minutes. I don't know. Okay, if I have nothing else to say then. So thank you, and please let's listen to the residents. Like I said over and over and over again. I know it's killing me because I feel bad for all you guys. You know, you guys, they're here because they have problems. The Amazon, I draw a soundboard over here. I think I gave it to Miss what's the business administrator's name? I can't remember. Sonia. I gave her a picture of what a soundboard could look like when you know. I have the right here. I'm not sure if you guys want that, but this is like a good suggestion. Dudash took a picture of it, so I appreciate it. Amazon is causing problems, and it's sad that they can't, you know, if they say it is what it is, that cannot be. For example, if I was mayor, I'll take Amazon out first day of office because they don't deserve, these residents deserve better because Amazon is a waste of garbage. If they're making more noise, they have to do something. You guys start, what's the word I'm looking for? Enforce the law on them because the more they're doing it, they don't care. I have a friend who worked for Amazon. He told me there's nothing they can do about it. They don't care about the complaints. They really don't care. It's like wiping your ass and you're just throwing it out in the garbage. Like they don't really care. So you please enforce the rules for Amazon because this is why our residents are leaving. And I'm gonna be leaving next year. Everyone's gonna be leaving. There's a study that stated on a poll that 40% of their own residents in their own towns are leaving other states because the way how
Council President,
the
speaker's
township
time's
is.
elapsed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other first-time speakers? Yes. Before starting, is it okay to motion to extend the meeting, let's say a half hour to 11:30?
Motion to extend the meeting till 11:30 p.m.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, seconded by Council Vice President Harris to extend the meeting till 11:30. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The meeting will be extended till 11:30. My apologies.
No problem. Russell Azzarello, Schuyler Drive, Edison.
Thank you.
You're welcome. First of all, a lot of things were said tonight. I'm here in support of the nurses as well. I won't speak for anybody in front of me or behind me, but I've been in a hospital many times, emergency room, regular room, and ICU. And thank God we had tremendous nurses that were trained and skilled and went to school, but they went into it to help people, and God bless them. You know, and during COVID, they were heroes. Now they're being treated like zeros, and that's not right. I think anybody here in this room, in front of me or behind me, if they had to go to a hospital and they had to deal with a nurse or have a nurse take care of them, they wouldn't want that nurse running around 9 other patients and you're the 10th one waiting for that nurse to come. So hats off to the nurses. God bless them. And let's do the right thing by the nurses. That's number one. I'm appalled. I'm appalled that it's horrible of what's going on with the animal shelter and with those pets, whether it's a human or a pet. You know, that's heartless that these pets are in inhumane conditions. They're not being taken care of. We adopted 2 cats in 2009. Three. 2 of them were tested positive for feline HIV. I can only imagine what's going on there now. And to have everything redacted on that paper, you know, there's no transparency. There's a red flag that something's going on, something's not right, and something's being, they're holding something back. That's not right. You know, that's a sin. That's a crime. Pertaining to the trailers, like Councilman Brescher said, I purchased a trailer. Are these trailers new or are they rented? Or are they used? I purchased a trailer for $2,100 delivered with tax. And we're going to spend $90-something thousand on 11 trailers? Why not shop? This is a monopoly. You know, we're using taxpayer dollars to spend frivolously. $10,000 here, $40,000 there. It all adds up. Let's work as if you're running a business from your pocket. And when you're back there, do the right thing by the taxpayers. The taxpayers voted you in, and they could vote you out the next time. Let's do the right thing. You're there to represent us, not to go against us. The other thing is, there was a lady here that left. She lives by Amazon. Let's start from one end, work our way to the other. Everybody takes 2 weeks and lives with that potential person that's going to be impacted by Charlie Brown developer, by Amazon, by Silver Lake. Let's live with that person for 2 weeks. Let's see how you like being impacted by how your quality of life. And everything else, the noise, the pollution, the traffic. You know, put yourself in somebody else's shoes before you vote for or against something. Do the right thing. You're there for us, not against us. That goes for everybody. Do the right. How would you like it? You know, put yourself in their shoes. There was a lot said that I agree with, you know, but I don't want to take too much time. This meeting lasted a little bit shorter than the other meeting. Or maybe I should use my 6 minutes. This way I won't get stopped when I forget. Because last time I had to have some help from Joyce. Joyce helped me out getting my point across. So maybe I will stay here and use my 6 minutes. You know, but not for nothing. Do the right thing. Let's try to save $10,000 here, $20,000 there. Another thing is pertaining to public safety. I noticed 2 days ago there was somebody sleeping on Route 27. What are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to approach that person that we haven't seen, and see if they're okay, if they're alive, or do we call 911, or do we call the police? You know, that seems to be happening a lot. There's a lot of people that are sleeping around Edison. I know in a meeting it was brought up that people are being dropped off by the boat docks and then getting picked up. How's the safety? Are we checking these people out? Are they safe? Are they criminal? Are they non-criminal? Are they safe? Are they dangerous? You know, let's things that were brought up, let's find the answers or look into it. And the next meeting you have, let's do the right thing. Vote as if you're being impacted by that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
About the person sleeping, what's the procedure that we should tell the public?
Is there from a point of clarification, procedure if that instance does come up?
Council President. So if someone were to encounter someone, let's say that they believe is sleeping, that may be homeless, that, maybe having a medical emergency, obviously you would call 911. We can certainly respond depending on the situation and what we find. Obviously, we could dispatch fire and EMS as well. We also have a program that we're trying to get up and running with our community-oriented policing unit, where we're trying to assist if someone is homeless, try to get them some assistance through different levels of government. So if we do encounter someone of that nature, hopefully we can give some assistance one way or another.
Appreciate the clarification. Any other first-time speakers? Any rebuttals? See none, can I get a motion to close the
Move that we
public portion?
close the public portion. Second.
All in favor? Aye. The public portion is now closed.
Council President?
Yes.
Before we start the work session, unless this council has question for any of our directors, I have to give a shout out to all the directors patiently and politely listening to this council agenda. But if you don't need their presence, I think we should let them go.
No,
They can
no
only be released
objection
by
on
the-
my end. It's
The council
at their-
doesn't have that authority, Council President.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is
But
is
if
really the
anyone-
BA's authority.
Thank you. All right. So 22, approval of minutes. That was removed during the work session. Should be available at the next meeting. 23, administrative agenda from Mayor Sami Joshi. Can I get a motion to accept?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion by Council, and this will be for both of the appointments. I'll do separate.
No, you can do it again. Absolutely.
Okay.
You have legal rights to do them again.
You know, I remember when I was on the Environmental Commission, it meant a lot for me to have my own recognition, so in consideration, I'll do them separate. A, appointment of Hanan Ashar to the Health Advisory Committee. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. B, appointment of Sakitra Kamat to the Historical Preservation Committee. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, and aye. Council President remarks? None. 25, unfinished business.
Council
Ordinances
President.
for,
Council President.
yes.
I think
Councilman
we
Patil.
have a new business ordinance that needs to go before the unfinished, unless you want to change the order.
That was first.
Yeah, my understanding is new
Okay,
business would
that's
come
fine.
out after.
You're correct, Council President.
I did have it noted here. Old first and then new.
New business, okay.
Ordinance 2191-2023. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance.
Ordinance adds a residential parking zone to a section of Central Avenue.
At this time, I'd like to open up to the public for any comments, questions, or concerns pertaining to the ordinance. Yes.
Ben from Edison, New Jersey. I agree with that ordinance. Thank you for Central Avenue.
Thank you. Any other public comments on the ordinance? Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public portion is closed in regards to the ordinance. Can I get a motion on the ordinance?
Motion to approve. Was that?
Council President.
Oh, is that a first reading? This is.
No, this is, these are,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Good.
Okay.
so there's a motion to approve by Council Vice President Harris. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Second by Councilman Patel. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle. Councilmember. Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Yes. Ordinance 2193-2023. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance.
An ordinance amending Chapter 7 Traffic, Subchapter 33, Speed Limits to set speed limit of Grove Avenue between Monroe Avenue and Marlin Avenue West at 25 miles per hour.
This time, I'd like to open up to the public for any comments, questions, or concerns pertaining to the ordinance. Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion.
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Harris, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
The public portion is now closed. And you, At this time, can I get a motion on the ordinance?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, seconded by Council Vice President Harris. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle. Yes. Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman. Council President Pointer.
Yes. This will become 26, new business, proposed ordinances, public hearing set down for
27th.
27?
the 25th.
25th. 25th. That's
20.
14 days
Yeah,
from
25th.
25th.
All right. I move that this ordinance be passed on the first reading, published according to law for further consideration, and public hearing set down for the 25th of October. Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Ship Freeman, seconded by Council Vice President Harris. We are open to public comment on this because.
No, this is first reading. Absolutely not. No.
Okay.
This is introduction, and for the record, the number will be 0.2194-2023.
Council President, we will have a public hearing on second reading.
Yep. So it would be on second reading then.
That will have a public hearing. This is only on the introduction.
Okay, so this is on the introduction.
Well, there could be council comments before when we're.
Yes, Councilor, you can open up to count, now if there wants to be discussion.
Yeah,
on
that was my question, because my understanding in the previous items when we've introduced ordinances, there's been opportunity for council comments.
Yes, I'm sorry, I thought you were saying the public hearing. There is no public hearing.
No. But are there any council comments pertaining to the ordinance?
Yes.
Yes,
Council
Council
President.
Vice President Harris.
I would like to express appreciation, and I'm sorry that a lot of the people aren't here who were so instrumental in crafting this ordinance, but I want to extend gratitude and appreciation to the members of this subcommittee, Lori Jordan, who was here before, Sue Malone Barber, Frank Abella, Nick Fagan, Ron Luffler, and last and certainly not least is Joel Bassoff, who was the person who has put in long hours of actually drafting this ordinance as it currently stands. I also want to thank my colleagues, Councilman Brescher and Councilman Patil, for the hard work that they've done on this. This is something that the residents have been asking for, and following the situations with Charlie Brown's and Silver Lake and others, where the residents have become activists. And I really respect that these residents have become such activists and have taken an interest in the town and in their neighborhoods, and have taken money out of their own pockets in order to have themselves represented properly. And they deserve this. They deserve this. Is this perfect? No, probably not. Can this be amended after final adoption? Absolutely. We received another version of this ordinance from Lou Raynon late this afternoon, and we can certainly at some other point consider making some amendments that would include some of the things he put in there. But as it stands, we really want to get this ball rolling and give the public what they've been looking for and what they deserve. So I am proud to support this ordinance. I hope my fellow colleagues will join me in this, the people who are holding out. I hope that you reconsider and join me and join us in passing, in putting this down and introducing this. So thank you, everybody who's been involved in this.
Thank you, Council Vice President Harris. Any other comments? Councilman Patel?
All right. So I had some questions. While I like the idea of public advocate, reading through this, I had some questions for legal counsel.
Sure.
So if you can answer this for me.
Yeah. I'll do my best.
It's not that long, so I can just read it out loud and just go paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph A, there is hereby established a position of public advocate. The public advocate shall represent the interests of residents of this township at land use hearing before the Zoning Board of Adjustment and the Planning Board. I have a question there. Can the planning, public advocate represent the town against zoning and planning?
No.
All right. That can't work. Now going on to B. In order to assert interest of the residents in this land use board hearing, and the public advocate is empowered to retain service of experts. Can the planning public advocate send out contracts for experts?
Completely illegal.
All
Yes.
right, so that's gone. C, public advocate shall be a member of the New Jersey Bar selected by Township Council for 1-year term. Can the council select public advocate?
No, not under a form of government. The form of government, only the mayor can make the selection of
All right,
professionals,
so
not
that
the council.
paragraph is gone.
Yeah.
D, if a land use board renders a decision that a judgment of a public advocate is detrimental to the health, safety, quality of life, property value, residence, legally flawed, public advocate is empowered to appeal such decision to an administrative agency, if applicable, or in the case of use variance, to the Township Council, in any appropriate case, to the Court of Competent Jurisdiction. Now, if there is a public advocate that takes on a case that is not right, it shouldn't have been taken on, are we liable for that?
Yes, we are.
All right. so
Yes,
that's
and
gone.
the damages could be catastrophic.
Okay, so that's back to E. That's a long one. That's just the Residency Advisory Committee. I actually do support that. I think that's a good implement, but I also feel that's a duplication of effort because we already have representation on the council. We have a representation on the planning, and zoning is, I guess, mayor, so that's different. But I do believe if we need more bureaucracy, I am open to that. Each land use board shall provide public advocate for each member of the resident on time. Okay, that's fine. Township Council shall appropriate sufficient fund and enable public advocate to adequately and efficiently represent the interests of residents, and public advocates shall submit to Department of Law on not less than monthly basis invoices for work performed of public advocate and by the professional retained in the public advocate. Can we, as a body, appropriate funds, or do we have to go through budgetary hearing to?
Yes, you appropriate the funds, but you do it via the budgetary process, not through this ordinance.
Okay, so the G is gone. So we only have E and F. Now, I being categorized that I am not in support of the residents. I do not care about the residents, and we vehemently disagree. I care about the Edison residents. I care about Edison. I care about this board, and for that reason, I will not open up Edison to a massive legal bill and not thinking this ordinance through. While I support the intention of this ordinance and may be open to a public advocate, if we can get the good ordinance that can stand legal challenges, that will be thrown our way. This ordinance is not well thought out and presents myriads of practical and legal issues which will be open the town to massive legal bills. We cannot add a draft and work our way to a better draft. Public boards, zoning boards are legal boards, and there are various laws guiding them. And sometimes even if we had a public advocate, if we do not have good ordinance to guide the zoning board or the planning board, they don't have the defenses to make good decisions. Take billboard for a perfect example. Our ordinances are not clear, and based on that, we have to essentially abide by laws that are not very clear. And we are working to improve them, but we have to work on the ordinances, and this is not an ordinance I can support the way it stands. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Michelle Freeman.
We get sued all the time anyway. At all. Everything you do at this particular point, you can get a lawsuit for it. And I think what the public is asking for, they're asking for technical help. Not so much as this grandiose lawyer from Wall Street. They're asking for technical help, for technical information that they don't thoroughly understand. It's not that they're asking for tons and tons of stuff, you know what I mean? Because most of the time, this stuff is watered down anyway. It's by the time it gets to be an ordinance, it's watered down. But I believe that these people are so, I don't even know what word to use now, because most of their neighborhoods are being destroyed at this point. All this stuff is happening, and they really feel like their hands are tied. They don't know the technical jargon, and they feel like, I can take you every place. I can take you to Silver Lake. I can take you to Jackson Avenue. I can take you to Mars. I can take you Clara Barton. I can take you Charlie Brown's. Like, the list is so long. So I understand the frustration of the people from the township of Edison. You know, I don't want to be into politics and none of that kind of stuff. I just don't want it. At this particular time, that's why I said, drafting and everything of it, I said it would be good if you voted, if people actually voted for the person that was an advocate, and we set up some different type of criteria you had to be in order to be a part of the race or whatever, or have you, to be that public advocate. And nobody's saying that people are against people because they don't want to vote for a public advocate. That's in people's mind. People are not saying that about you. I try to tell people, I've been in school and I've been in debates for the longest. It's good to have a healthy disagreement. It's good. I think it's a plus, because if we listen to your healthy disagreement and you listen to our agreement, guess what happens? We all come out good because we meet somewhere in the middle. And I think that that's what we're lacking now today. Throughout the whole United States, the world, we're lacking the ability to agree to disagree and still be okay with each other. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Patil.
Yeah, I just want to educate my council colleagues on what this ordinance is. I think, quickly running 5 minutes is not going to give what it means. This ordinance is, to the extent replicated, which is already adopted, is functioning in various towns. So this is no strange. And I don't know how our attorney quickly in a second responding without reading, saying yes, yes, yes. I hope, attorney read these paragraphs. The very first, it says it's not against the township at all. And you said, yes, it's not against the township. Please read it before you're making the comment, or before you giving your expert advice. Let me speak.
Yes, if I can respond. That's
Yeah. Before you giving expert advice to council colleague. It is not against the zoning board or the planning board or the town. In fact, the zoning board and planning board are independent entities. Independent entities. And I don't think any attorney on this dais or in mayor's office can say something or guide them. What happens behind the door, that's a different story. So this is for the people who can get the help, the expertise to define the case for their neighborhood, not against the town. So if you want to answer, I have various points that I want to answer my council colleague. The second one is, it says, his question was, is the public advocate going to guide the zoning board or planning board? No, they're not going to guide the zoning board or planning board. They are going to give their expert opinion. They might bring the experts to testify so that the zoning board, which is supposed to be unbiased, the residents as well as to the developer, so they can probably get that additional help and expertise. When I was moving this ordinance to add this on agenda, I did say that not all zoning boards have received the knowledge and expertise to be on the zoning board. So they need the help. So the zoning board attorney can help to some extent, but so the township, I would say the engineering can help, but who is representing residents here? And that's the help we are looking. The last point I want to make is going to cost $1 million. No, it very clearly says that this is not going to be every single case that comes in front of the zoning or planning board. This is going to be very selective. And this council holds the responsibility of the budget. So if you don't budget the funds, technically there is nothing to spend on this. So this council has that power. The most important part, I think our attorney missed here, is the township council shall select one or more attorneys. It's not something this council is selecting. It is the councillor who is going to probably recommend, hey, there are the 3 attorneys, I think, and probably you can pick 1 or 2 based on the resume, based on the experience. So technically, there is not much here that are red flags, but as I said, this is the beginning. If there is really a will to do the right thing for the residents, I'm pretty sure you will support it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councilman.
Right. I'd just like to make it simple because we do hear both sides. But simply put, we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to put on a light show for a couple days. We overspend by $30,000 or $40,000 on containers, which are everybody here knows. Everybody in the township knows that you can get them cheaper, even cheaper than what I showed. So, this administration wastes and squanders left and right. And at the end of the day, a large group of residents A lot of residents that I see, you know, when I go to little football games and stuff, they tell me the same thing. We need the public advocate. So the residents are asking for it. And for us to fund that and spend less than the light show or less than the illuminator, whatever we call it, that we send out to you all, you know, well, where I'm going is that this is a small dollar amount that we're going to end up spending for a public advocate. Do we know if it's going to work? No, we don't know. But what we do know is the current system doesn't work. So this body has proposed something to hopefully change that. And to be quite honest with you, if come next year we find that it is overfunded or underfunded or whatever it is, then this body will take the, you know, what we need to do to rectify those things. You know, this is a fluid thing. But what we all agree is that it doesn't work. And then to oppose something when you know it doesn't work and it's broken, I mean, where are you going with it? So, you know, I do understand everybody's concerns, but basically we have a broken system. We hope this is the fix. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments?
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Patel.
I'm not arguing the case for public advocate. I'm arguing the ordinance itself. It needs to be better. If there is a workable ordinance that does not put the township in a legal bind and with legal bills, I am possibly in support of it. Just, as the way it stands in front of me, I cannot vote in good conscience.
Council President, I'd
Yes,
just like to
Councilman
weigh in
Brasher.
on the legal thing, because we hear that quite a bit. Anybody can sue anyone, right?
Yes.
If somebody goes to shut me down from speaking, I have a right to sue. If the attorney withholds information from me, I have a right to sue. If I walk out this building and trip, well, I have a right to sue anybody on this dais for it, even though you didn't put the concrete down there. So the threat of lawsuits or things like that, that's just what we do. Currently, I hear we're going to be sued by the Quick Check people, right? We didn't even know what was going on. So there's lawsuits and litigation all the time. If there weren't, the gentleman between our president and vice president wouldn't be sitting there. But we always need them. We probably pay them a couple $100,000 a year just to sit up here and, you know, tell our residents that your time is up. So I'm not really afraid of a couple of lawsuits. That would be it, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? For myself, a couple items. First, just from I'm a little perturbed that the draft ordinance that I have here is different than the draft ordinance that was emailed to me the other day. There are differences in the language on this paper versus the email that I know was sent out by our clerk. And after the meeting, I will specifically tell you. Particularly, you added in, there was added in regards to the zip codes in regards to the resident advisory committee. There's an elimination in regards to the amount of money to be appropriated to the public advocate position. There are clear differences in what I have here versus the draft ordinance that I was presented. So from a personal standpoint of how I'm going to conduct my business, I'm not going to vote yes or no because I don't know what we're actually going to be voting on or the legality aspect of it. Second, there's been comments made that if you're not in support of this, essentially saying that you are not for the people and that you don't care about helping the public, which, by the way, as a member of the planning board, I've had companies come and try and testify in opposition to another project that you are in opposition. I just fundamentally disagree with that. There's reference as to this is the only thing that the council can do. If you look at the Elsinboro case, that was started because the township council hired a planner in opposition to the application. That was deemed to be acceptable because the courts found that the attorney themselves in the testimony was not influential, would not be a conflict of interest in opposition or to the zoning board. So there are other mechanisms that this council can do in regards to assisting the public, in regards to obtaining a more robust record before the board for them to attend. Finally, I requested at the last meeting for a copy of the draft. Now, yes, I did go away for a couple of days because that was my anniversary and I spent a couple of days away. I requested to have a meeting. I was hoping for it to be on Friday so I can express my viewpoints so that we can address the concerns that I've brought up, not only now, but before. I'm not even being afforded that opportunity. And for the record, I was asked not to get involved in this pretty much from jump. So I've let the committee do as they see fit. I've not provided any feedback on my end. So the insinuation that, I've had 4 months to review this, yes, I've been wanting to comment for the longest time, but out of respect for people's requests on my end, I have not. So for some of the comments to make it seem like if you're not for this particular ordinance, then you're against the residents, it's not true. So because of my unfamiliarity in regards to what is actually being proposed, none of the backup information that has been stated has been provided to me to know how many cases, what type of cases. We can insinuate what they may be, but none of that backup information has been provided to me. I'm not going to vote yes or no in regards to an item that I do not have the information on, and therefore I will be abstaining from this. Thank you.
That's fine.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Coyle?
Sorry, I was going to. I think everybody knows the public advocate would be a great tool for the residents, for those who are disappointed in something happening in their neighborhood. I question the committee and the degree of what cases that would be taken. I certainly don't want this to turn into a neighbor who's having an oversized deck being put on and a neighbor just doesn't like it. You can't say that it hasn't happened before. I've been at the zoning board meetings. I've been at the planning board meetings. I remember a neighbor was just disappointed in a pool being put in someone's backyard. So, what's happening in someone's backyard and their personal issue, I'd hope would not be a part of this. Some of the reasons I hear out loud from people is understood, and this would be a good tool for that. But I don't agree with having a committee, another level of bureaucracy, another group that could be, it can turn into an issue depending on who's selected. I think this body has picked some great zoning board members, and I think we've had some good compliments on the zoning board that we put in front. They are held to do their job, and I think to do a fair job at it. There's no question. It's sad when this body turns over some work they've done, and they put tons of time in, been threatened, have people come to their house. It's not a good day for them when they put in so many hours and so many days, and then we just overturn their work here at the council. Not that I disagree with what we have done here, but they have a responsibility. So the language in this first draft that I received, I may not agree with, and I support my council president on what will be delivered on the second round. But I certainly will not support a committee being a part of this, and I certainly want specifics on what degree this would trigger an opportunity, and what level, what's the limits of money we put into it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? So there was a motion and a second.
We're ready for roll call.
So, Madam Clerk, roll call. This is to introduce the ordinance.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
No to introduce.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Abstain.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Pointer.
Abstain. We're on to the proposed resolutions. Before Jenny started, we are fast approaching 11:30. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting?
15 minutes.
11:45? Motion to extend the meeting till 11:45.
Motion to extend the meeting till 11:45 p.m.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris.
I don't know that that's enough time for us to get through the agenda, but we can extend it, I guess, again.
And in the event it comes to 11:45 and I interrupt, just know it's procedure. So there's a motion to extend to 11:45. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Meeting is extended until 11:45. At this time, start to ask any council members if they'd like to pull a resolution for a separate vote. I'll start from my right. Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies. At this time, I'll open up to the public for comment on the resolutions only. This is in regards to the resolutions.
We have multiple speakers.
Starting there.
Joel Vassoff, 17 Beach Lane. Regarding the first resolution, 562, for the shipping containers, I have to reiterate the statements that have been made by members of the council that there is absolutely no reason for the taxpayers to have to pay maybe twice as much for a container as we have to. So please consider in some way figuring out a legal way to get the containers at an appropriate price and not at the inflated price that the bidders are trying to foist on the taxpayers of Edison. Sorry. Oh, I was going to say, don't let the vendors foist an inflated price on the taxpayers of Edison. And thank you to the members of the council who are looking out for the fiscal interests of the taxpayers.
Thank you. Any other comments on the resolution? Yes.
Russ Azzarello, Skylar Drive.
Thank you.
Is it just one resolution, or can I?
Anything that's on the agenda for right now.
Sure. I have a question about the amount, Resolution 573, $173,000 for holiday lights. That seems like a lot of money. I know a lot of times the township has functions and they have the DPW and the rec department. They'll set up and take down. Why are we paying out of house or out of town? Why don't we just put the money into the lights and pay the employees that live and work here and let them do it cheaper? Why are we spending $173,000 to another company? That's one resolution. Let's see. 593. I happen to be, I'm 61 years of age. I'm Italian Catholic. I've always said October was Italian Heritage Month. I have no problem joining with other race, creed, religion, color, nationalities, and religion, but let's not push one out and to put one in. Are we just? Is it going to be a joint month for Italian American Heritage Month and Hindu Month, or are we pushing one out? Let's include all, like Councilwoman Joyce said. Let's acknowledge all the nationalities. You know, have a month for everybody. You know, don't. Is this just? It's a touching point for me. I want to make sure that I understand. You know, a lot of people had Monday off. I didn't have Monday off. I'm self-employed. I had to work, but a lot of people enjoyed Columbus Day. So I like to see, if we're going to add another nationality or, to the month, fine, but let's not push one out and have another one come in. The bids on the trailers, I think we should shop around and see how much we could save, whether they're new trailers, used trailers, depending on the size, whether it's a 20, 40, 60-foot trailer. Let's shop around, get the best deal, and let's save the taxpayers some money. Start showing good faith to the citizens and start saving $10,000 here, $20,000 there. It all adds up and it helps out. And last thing is, God bless you. The last thing is, from the mayor, the administration, and the council, why are the people so wrapped up in arms that they feel we need a public advocate? A public advocate.
Sir, I find you out of order at the moment. This is in regards to the resolutions only.
The public advocate was a
It's
one.
technically an ordinance.
All right. I apologize.
No worries.
All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. In regards to the holiday lights, just as a general reference, my understanding is that we are receiving donations to help pay. These donations go into the Recreation Trust Fund, which then refunds the monies that would be spent. So while we have to outlay the monies now, the donations that are going to be received are going to be replenishing the trust fund, which would essentially pay for this. And
You're correct in saying that. So we do collect donations. It goes into the Rec Trust account. And when we do receive those funds, that obviously will get charged and zero it out.
thank you. In regards to outsourcing the labor versus like the material aspect, I would say that it would be depending on how you want to present the bid, so to say. I know in my industry under construction, when we bid, it's labor and material, and we do that for warranty purposes. I'm not going to say that that's the exact reason here, but just from a personal experience. You had mentioned about, Resolution 593, Hindu Heritage Month. I think that we had talked about, expanding on that in conjunction with the Human Relations Committee, getting their feedback. And pertaining to the trailers and being shopped around, we are bound in a certain constraint to bidding requirements that procurement law by the state. So as much as in regards to what we receive, we cannot necessarily determine exactly who is going to respond at that time. I'm not familiar with the full legality in terms of what's required to reject a bid outright, in the sense of, hey, we don't like the number, it gets rejected. But just from a procurement standpoint, my understanding is that we are a little bit tied in that aspect. Any other comments?
Well, Council President, I'll disagree with you on the procurement because I sent you the email that shows that it can be bought on the co-op, okay, which is within the procurement law, which is also cheaper, which is what the resident was asking. So we got off subject on there. But I'd like to also bring up another point. I'm not against having Hindu National Month, right? But again, here we go again with the, I believe the administration, not doing their due diligence. And I appreciate, I guess maybe Russ is Italian, so he looks at it as Italian Heritage Month. But I'd ask everybody on this dais, before we vote on the Hindu Heritage Month, if you could look up what month this is currently, because we have a large population in this town that this month has been dedicated to so far, and I don't think we should take that away from that group. It's, I got a memo from the library, and the library says, please come help celebrate, join us for our last celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. So this month is already dedicated for Hispanic Heritage Month. I'm not opposed with joining the two together, but to eliminate, Hispanic Heritage Month, I can't go with that. I do understand that there's probably more Hindu than we have Hispanic, but we either have to have no months for nobody, right, or months for everybody. So I'd like to see if there's a way that the administration can kind of work that out, or who came up with Hispanic Heritage Month to begin with? Is that a state holiday or is that a federal?
It was first when I researched my previous comments. I believe it was Lyndon B. Johnson, and it started off as a week, and they went with that terminology based on the census aspect. I believe it was Nixon that expanded upon it, and then it got to an entire month. But it was from the federal standpoint.
Okay, so but now we're going to change that on this body by doing Hindu Heritage Month, no? Or can we do 2 weeks for Hispanic and 2 weeks for Hindu?
Listen, Council President, listen, I'm from the school system, so I'm used to this. We can, at our next meeting, do something for Hispanic Heritage Month at all. So at the next meeting, we'll do that. What we need to do, like I told them, you need to strengthen, and even Elizabeth Conway said, once you strengthen your Human Relations Committee, that's their job. Their job is to go and find out the heritage of each person. That's their job. This way, the mayor won't be questioned, we won't be questioned. The Human Relations will say, this is the information, this is what we researched, and this is the month for X, Y, and Z. So we'll have them all lined up. You know what I mean? Then people won't be standing here saying, why are you celebrating them and you're not celebrating us? See, I don't like all that dissension. I just don't like it. I don't like it amongst people. But at this particular point with this, if it be all right if we can draft something for the Latinos at our next meeting on the 25th. All right? That sounds fair enough, right? Right now.
Thank you. Any other comments?
That was really my thing, right?
Understood.
Something was already
Thank you.
established and we were changing.
Anyone else from the public? Yes.
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 Resolutions.
We're establishing months here.
He's from the school
Google
system.
is very interesting. Just for your edification.
Name and address from
Donald Tarr, 52 Rita Road.
Thank you.
October is Polish American Heritage Month, German Heritage Month, Latin American Heritage Month, Hindu Heritage Month, Italian American Heritage Month, and Filipino Heritage Month. So with that thought in mind,
we're all included.
Take your point.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else from the public that wishes to speak?
Council
On the-
President, we are 11:40. If you want to extend by the time speaker ends.
Yes. So at this motion, can I get a motion to extend the meeting
midnight
till midnight? Or
Council, yeah, I would go another hour, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is the last item on the agenda. So just to cover all bases, extend it.
After midnight would be another day.
Correct. We are definitely, yes, so I just checked the rules.
We can
have-
go.
We have the legal right to go into the next day.
Okay.
As long as we have a majority vote. This meeting can go as long as it needs to go till we reach the conclusion, as long as we have a majority vote.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I want to say this. I'll ask to extend it to 12:30. And we'll see how.
Motion to extend the meeting till 12:30 a.m.
Second.
So motion by Councilman Patil, second by Councilman Patel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The meeting has been extended to 12:30 a.m. Yes, sorry.
If it looks like we're about to break, are we breaking a world record from the longest meeting in Township of Edison?
This
I'm just
This is on resolution,
asking,
sir.
but I'll talk about the resolution. I'll agree with all the resolutions. If some of you guys don't agree, you guys can pull that out to on the side and vote. I'll agree with all the resolutions, so I have nothing else to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
Torturing us.
Lois Torr, 52 Reeder Road, Edison, New Jersey. As
Thank you.
Margot may remember, with the Cultural Arts Committee, we looked at this in terms of months. And there are so many conflicts in months. When you designate a month for any one group, publicly designated as that group, then the Cultural Arts Commission is going to be bound to go along with whatever you say is that month, which you can hear here is going to cause some problems for a lot of people. So I just want you to think about that before you vote on this.
Thank you. Sir?
Ross Del Conte, 960 New Dover Road, Edison, New Jersey.
Thank you.
Once again, Council President Pointer, you skirted the issue and the answer to this gentleman's question. Earlier, he asked a question about how we could save money and spend less money on resolution number R573-102023 in the amount of $173,000. And your answer through the Business Administration's office was how you were getting donations to pay the $173,000. What he was asking is how can we spend less money? That's number one. So if you can answer that question, I'm sure we'd all appreciate it. And secondly, on the containers, I agree with everybody else's concerns here that the containers are way overpriced. You guys have done your research. You know you can get them cheaper, and you shouldn't be spending $90,000 on containers for the amount of containers that you're getting. And is there a way we can spend less money on that? Not have somebody else pay for it, but how can we spend less money? Thank you.
Is that all your questions, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Are you complete?
I said thank you.
And pertaining to regards to how to spend less money, ultimately that comes down to specifications. If I want to spend less money on a countertop, I go granite versus quartz.
You know, I gotta. Can I answer his question?
Absolutely.
Because I did this for a living. You can always spend less money. Okay. I tell everybody that there is. You buy stuff on Amazon. My council colleague buys it on Wish. I buy it on Alibaba. Okay. It's the same product. So these containers are the same product. There is a way for it to happen. Okay. It would just take this body to ask the administration to, actually look out for the public's money. That's all that it takes. It's not rocket science. It's not about specifications. That's not the difference in any of this. A container is a container. We've all seen them. I can't believe we spent this much time and the administration wants to go down the road of, arguing the fact that as opposed to just looking for the cheaper containers when they have the information of where they are. So, I can't tell you how everyone else votes or why they vote that way. You, the people, elected all of us, right? So you, the people, get to see how we vote and how we think. And it comes up to next time, right? Next time, some people don't get elected, some people do. I don't know if I'm doing right. I think I'm doing right. But am I? I don't know. We'll see at the end of the day when they count the votes, right? That'll tell you whether I'm doing right or I'm doing wrong. And I'm good either way because I believe I was doing right. So
I know the attorney's going to tell me there's no back and forth here,
Yeah.
but the President,
there's no back and forth here.
Pointer has not answered the question. He still has
There's
not
no
answered
back
the
and
question.
forth.
You're right. There's no back and forth, but he still hasn't answered the question.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to speak on the resolutions only? Seeing none, can I get a motion to close the public portion on the resolutions?
Motion to close public portion on the resolutions. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Public comment on the resolution is now closed. This time I'll ask for any resolutions to be pulled for a separate vote, starting from my right, Councilman Brasher.
I'm going to go with the 562 for the containers, okay? As far as the 593, I believe that we have a committee that will sort through who gets what months and who's are in whatever months we're going to do. But I feel confident that they're going to fix this. So I'm okay with leaving that one on the agenda.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
just 562.
Just
pertaining to-
562.
All right, thank you. Councilman Coyle.
None, sir.
Council Vice President Harris.
None, sir.
Councilman Patel.
None, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Patil.
None.
Councilwoman Schiff Freeman. None for myself. So 562 will be pulled for a separate vote. The consent agenda will consist of 569 through 590. 591 was removed from the agenda tonight, and 592 through 594. So again, 591 is removed from the agenda, 562 for a separate vote. All others will be part of the consent agenda. Can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President Harris. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
Yes.
Council President Poyer.
Yes. Consent agenda passes. 562. Councilman Brescher, you asked to pull, so any
I think
additional?
we beat this horse pretty good.
Yes, Councilman
If there is
Patil.
a possibility of, tabling this one more time, so that when we don't vote down, and it will not come back. So again, it's my request if we can pull this. I'm just asking.
I have no objection if you'd like to make the motion. However, I feel that from a timing perspective, some of the benefits that are offered moving forward are there. People can disagree. That's fine, but that's my opinion.
Well, Council President, you said there was a problem with what for the containers?
No, I was just
Timing.
saying, I feel that from a timing perspective, it's been mentioned that, why is it a rush? We already tabled it once. So by default of tabling it, we're creating a sense of delaying it.
Well,
So-
let me ask you a question. Where was that urgent need for the 11 containers? I mean, you obviously don't need 11 of them tomorrow, right? You probably might need one or two. So you could amend that there to, like if you needed one for the animal shelter, then we vote on the one for the animal shelter. And we could save the taxpayers money on the other 10. You know what I'm saying? So if there's some kind of urgent need, the administration could tell us what they need, right? And then we could approve that as opposed to, looking at it like the whole thing is just an emergency. So we're just going to jam it through. And you would have thought that the administration would have went through this and done like the due diligence like I did. Because in that email about that company that I thought they sent to you, but they didn't, they sent it to myself, our vice president, and to the administration. So myself and I believe my council colleague thought the administration was working on it and the whole thing, and I don't know that they did. That vendor has no record of anybody reaching out to them to get pricing, and they're on the co-op. So again, so is there one that's really needed, or you just feel that all 11 are needed tomorrow for some emergency?
If I use the term emergency, I apologize. My discussions in regard with the Department of Public Works and the other departments as to how the containers are going to be utilized. You want to say that from a cost perspective, it's a waste? I'll disagree, because to me, having the utility of it is important. So, and with my questions before in regards to the purchasing procurement aspect, I'm not sure what Delane may end up doing. Sonia, do you want to?
Again, as a point of the process, I can't confirm or verify the information from a vendor that reached out to any one of you, quite frankly. What we did do was follow the procurement process. That is what we are bounded by the state of New Jersey. And so we went out to bid. We did contact Sourcewell, did not get a response. So we went through the legal process of procurement.
Thank you. Now, there can obviously be still a motion to table. That's obviously within. Yes,
Council President, just I want to ask a question through Council President to Administrator. Do we really need all 11 containers in next 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay, I got the answer. Thank you, Council President.
Right, can I have Council President?
I'm
just-
sorry.
Right, like we just heard about procurement, right? So we talk about one thing, just like the resident came up and said, you know, they ask question A and we give them an answer about pie. That's what I just got from the BA. You know, what we were talking here was about what we needed, and she starts talking about procurement. But Sonia, can you buy from the cooperative?
We can buy from a cooperative.
Okay, then let me ask you a question. Let's say we go ahead with this. Can you email me the pricing on all the cooperatives that you have available to you now? Because I would like Council President to see that you have at your, you know, whim here, the ability to purchase from different areas legally as procurement, but instead we just want to spend more. And I believe that Council President is being bamboozled in.
We're actually spending
feeling-
less than last year.
Well, right, you said less than last year, but 40% more than what I showed you from a cooperative which you are allowed to purchase from.
We
right?
can't verify
And
that
what we-
information.
Council President, I mean, like when I speak, I mean, who runs the meeting? Sonia or do you? Because the public sees that you don't have any control over the meeting again, like usual. But you know what? I'll tell you what. The public sees where everybody's going, where everybody's doing. At the voter box, go. Thank you. That's it, Council President. I'm just disgusted with this whole process. I'm disgusted with how the administration handles stuff. I am just disgusted in a general form. So, thank you. You know what? I'll tell you what. Call your vote for it. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilman Coyle?
No, I just prepared to vote. There was a motion on table to table it, and I'm just waiting to.
There was no motion.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't sure what was there. I just was
Yeah, just Council President, I was trying
voted
to.
up or voted down.
Yeah, I was just trying to find out if the middle way, if we can get 2, 3, if it is an emergency, I would have been happily supporting this, but I understand we don't want to table it. Let's go ahead with vote.
Is there a motion on the resolution?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Councilman Coyle.
Absolutely.
Second. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brusher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Abstain.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
No.
Councilmember Ship Freeman.
I'm abstaining because I'm dizzy by now. I'm just abstaining.
Council President Pointer.
Yes.
3 yeses, 1, 2 noes, and 2 abstentions. So that would fail, no?
Motion fails. This time, we already did oral petitions and remarks. This time, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor? Aye. This motion stands adjourned.
because,
It's the
because,
percentage of, wait a minute, no, who voted. Abstention isn't a vote. No, when you lower the amount of bodies, then the vote would be like a no, I guess. It's insane, it's almost a no. Yeah, sure, okay, okay, all right. And more importantly, come here, come here. I need the right ordinance that was here tonight in a Word document in order to advertise.